Good morning. Oh, good afternoon, sorry. It's the afternoon now, blimey. Yeah, Mrs. Squirrel just went flying, trips over my mat. But she seems to be okay. I literally replaced my mat and she still trips over it. And she's like, change your mat. And I'm like, I just did. I changed it 2 weeks ago and you still fall over it. So, yeah, whatever. Anyway, how are we doing? Hopefully we're back into some flight sim. I'm going to click on career mode because it's doing that weird thing. If you have track IR and you go into a flight and you come back to the main menu, you often get this madness. And if I unpause track IR and start looking around, see what I mean? Like, who wants this? I don't want a head tracking on the main menu. And if you try and hold your head really still and then pause track IR, it just carries on. So whatever momentum you've given your head, whenever you pause it, it just carries on with it. And you can't seem to... There. I've managed to pause it without much momentum. That's the best I can get. Oh dear Lord. We'll find out, Tom. I'm just going to click on career mode and see if we can get in. Have you got the LEDs on your Bravo working with FS24? Well, it's all lit up. I don't know about those. I installed the driver, but it's got it built in.
You must be SQRL TV, right?
It's definitely got it built in. If you look in your community folder for FS24, it has some like AFC something or other plugin. So it should work. No LEDs on the throttle quadrant. Yeah, it's not lit up. It's not lit up yet, so they're not working. Where are you at the career mode? Just starting. We couldn't get in yesterday.
Here at the club, we provide all the training lessons you need to get started and earn your private pilot license.
It's working, but seems to only let you do one mission and bugs out, Connor. Loads of people have said they're doing really well and enjoying it, so it sounds a bit random.
Once you earn your PPL, you can build up your flight hours and get more experience by taking people out on first flights.
I'm hoping we can...
But before any of that,
lucky.
Let's head outside and take a flight.
This is where it froze yesterday. So we'll see how far we get. You got off at level 15. What do you mean you got off at level 15?
Welcome to the apron.
You played it one crash to desktop.
All our flying adventures begin.
Jensen!
Why don't you walk around a bit while I finish the pre-flight preparations?
Jensen's getting a PPL. WASD, right. Look around. Yeah, whatever.
Today we will be flying in a Cessna 172 Skyhawk. It's the main trainer airplane in our flight school.
Where are these people walking around?
Our Cessna's got a glass cockpit and a 180 horsepower engine. Climbs well and is easy to fly. It's one sweet ride. I'm ready if you are, so hop in and buckle up. Let the good times roll.
There's like loads of people just walking around and then they're walking through things. It's kind of weird. It's terrifying. She said some things. Some things scared her. Can I click on that? Shift C.
Welcome aboard. While you settle in, let's go over a flight plan. After taking off, we will climb to 1,500 feet above sea level and then fly over the airport to enjoy the view. Ready? Why don't you start the engine for us?
Wait, 1,500 above sea level? And we're about 50 feet above, assuming that's correct. What was the key to reset the barometer? Set local pressure. Was it comma? Maybe it automatically sets it now.
Perfect. The wind is from 270 degrees direction with a speed of 9 knots, so we'll be taking off from runway 25.
Is that text-to-speech?
Okay, let me taxi to the runway.
It's not B anymore. They remapped it. It's not B. Good day, Bloodstain. I would appreciate better language, please. Thank you. Right, where's the enter key?
All right, Now comes the fun part. After releasing the brakes and applying full power, we will speed up and take off once we reach 60 knots airspeed. We will be climbing at 139 kilometers per hour, which is the recommended climbing speed for the Cessna Skyhawk.
Kilometers per
While
hour?
climbing,
Give me a
we will
break.
follow a left-hand traffic pattern and make 2 turns. Don't worry if it sounds overwhelming. I am here to help.
Oh,
Release
good.
the parking brakes. Otherwise, we're not going anywhere.
Is this her that's talking to me? Greetings from not so sunny South Africa. Greetings. Well, it's not so sunny here either, to be quite honest. What does it want me to do? Right, parking brake, I think I have a button for that. That's cool.
Good. Ready for takeoff? Apply full power to get
Okay.
us moving.
We're going.
You handle the yoke, and I'll take care of the pedals.
No!
Steering the aircraft on the runway during takeoff.
Don't take care of the pedals. What are you doing, love? What's this, like, AI assist going on? I swear I'm not able to do... Look at this!
We have reached 102 kilometers per hour. Pull the yoke a little bit to lift off.
Please. Please stop.
We are approaching our first turn. As you'll see,
We
the
are?
Cessna 172 requires very little yoke movement to turn.
Why is she giving me speeds in kilometers per hour?
We are 300 feet above the ground. I will retract the flaps. You keep climbing.
Okay.
You
I'll
can
do
start
that.
turning left.
You don't have a PPL. So this is the check ride for a PPL in the game. And she's doing like flaps for me. She's doing the rudder pedals for me. It's just nuts. Check the in-game tablet. What about it?
Keep climbing and prepare for the next turn.
Keep climbing. How high do you want to go? She said 1500, didn't she? But the boxes
This
don't
is a
line
good
up.
climbing angle. Try to visually remember it.
It's a transport a
Okay,
dude
turn
called
left
Michael.
again. We are almost there. Remember, we need to climb to 1,500 feet. It will keep us 500 feet above the traffic pattern.
I mean, I can climb to 1,500, but I don't feel like I'm going to be inside the box. Unless this box is considerably higher.
There we are, 1,500 feet above sea level and 500 feet above the traffic pattern. We have safe separation with the other airplanes. Look around, see our airport? I love the weather today. The clouds are beautiful.
Love the
aren't
streams,
they?
keep up the great
Let's
work.
fly over it.
Been a lurker for about 7 years now. Also just ordered myself a custom build gaming laptop from Scan.
Very nice. Very nice. It's going to power down because I've got too much altitude and speed going on. Thank you, Kieran.
Fantastic. I know that you're busy navigating and controlling the plane, but don't forget to enjoy the view.
Enjoy the view. We're not here to enjoy the view. Yeah, server's a bit better
Well
today.
done. I believe you have a talent for piloting. I hope you enjoyed the flight. Let's head back to the ground now.
Okay. Bank angle.
I'm glad that we flew together today. This might be the first chapter in your pilot's journey, if you want to embark on it. Let's catch up at our headquarters.
Was that some kind of introductory ride?
You seemed comfortable out there. I'm sure you'll get your PPL in no time.
I don't know, Tom Turner. Like, the speeds were in kilometers per hour. I don't get it.
There's a laptop in the office that shows all the certification information you'll need for your PPL exam. Take a look.
A laptop, okay. Night Gaming, thank you for tier 3, 4 years. Happy anniversary, Night, thank you. Bigfoot, thank you for 87 months. Lippy, thanks for resubbing with Prime. And Kieran, thank you very much for the donation. I hope your laptop is awesome. I'm sure it will be. The guys down at 3XS are pretty good at what they do. Knots aren't in metric or hybrid setting, which is annoying. I need to change this. Head to certification to pass your PPL exam, okay.
Here you can see all the different certifications you can pass throughout your career.
Listen, Racing Weirdo, if you're going to go flying, you need to learn what knots are. You know? You've got to learn some stuff. It's like any specialist field, you've got to learn some stuff.
Your first step is to work towards your private pilot license.
Okay. Where do we do the advanced options? Where do we set the units then? Assistances, accessibility. Hang on, what was that? No, that wasn't it. That's all that turned off. Is it in language? Units of measurement, hybrid. Hybrid is similar to metric but uses feet for altitude. Oh, this is terrible. Hybrid should not use kilometers per hour. Hybrid is broken, yeah. I'm gonna have to. Oh well, we'll have to deal in pounds and stuff. I was able to change each one individually. What, you were? How did you change each one individually? I don't see a way of doing that. That would be perfect if we could do that. Do a barrel roll. What, in the menu? It's authentic ATC language option. This one. Adjust language spoken by ATC. I thought that would give us like Spanish accents and things. I assume you can change it in the tablet. I don't know. Oh, we'll leave that on and see what happens. Right. How do we get to our reputation level? So what have we got to do? Certification. PPL.
All the training lessons you'll need to pass the PPL exam are available here. Make sure you're comfortable with these before taking the exam.
Nope, there's no ENUK. Right, how many? We got 5,000 credits. Take the exam for 2,000 credits. Aircraft available after the exam. Ooh. Okay, let's do it. Going to do a maneuver test, a pre-flight check. Are we supposed to, like, go through all of these before we take the exam or something? Check your aircraft before you get on board. Start training. So, like, literally, there's a lot of training modules. You just went straight for the exam. I'm going to do the same. Are these actual videos, or you get to do them? The little tutorials, okay. Are we literally downloading a video right now? Farmer Gav, thank you for 106 months. Mr. Hambone, thank you for 94. What happens if you fail it? No, because what happens, Rabbit, you spend 2,000 credits to take the exam, but you can retry it for free, I seem to remember. It doesn't cost 2,000 to keep trying. I'm regretting on clicking on that button now. If you want to do one, just do the first solo training to know the speeds that they want you at. Yeah, right now I can't. Chris Palmer, if you're on the scan command, go to that website and have a look through the peripherals. Have a look at the budget section to start with if you're just getting into it. You will not fail it. I ended up in a ditch after landing because my brake hotkey didn't work and I got a 90% landing rate. Genius. No, Moyank. No giveaways today, my friend. There you go. Better patience and we got through. Jensen, that's a plane, mate. Have you seen one before? You probably own a few big ones.
Hello. Today, we're going to go over all the steps that precede turning on your engine.
You're going to turn off.
Those steps are essential to ensure your aircraft's integrity and that everything is in order for a smooth and seamless flight. First of all, stretch your legs a bit and take a look at your aircraft and your surroundings. We never took much time to look at our aircraft from the outside, so take your time if you want to inspect it.
Outside the aircraft, use WASD to move around. Fantastic.
You might have noticed some extra bits on your aircraft. These are the covers and chocks. Covers are installed when the plane is not in use and are meant to avoid damaging its sensitive parts. Chocks are there to immobilize the aircraft. You'll need to remove them before takeoff.
It really is. Last time when I did this, I had to crouch. Oh, there's the mouse. There you go. Left tire. Examine. Examine the left strut. This is amazing. Right, how do I get back into camera view? Remove before race.
And we're done for the outside. Now that we're
We
sure
are?
your aircraft is functional and ready
What
to
about this?
taxi, let's check the inside.
We're done with the outside? We haven't even checked the engine oil yet. Right, you can put it back now. How do you tell it to put it back? There you go. That was a partial. We didn't even do this tire. I'm outraged. Jensen's not going to be trained at, you know, a high standard, is he? How do you examine this? It's kind of weird.
Let's get to the matter at hand. You've been given an EFB, also referred to as an electronic flight bag. It's a tablet that stores critical flight information and is the ideal tool to prepare your flight plans and enhance your piloting experience. Open it and take a look. Feel free to follow a quick guided tour of its features. The EFB features an interactive map, a flight plan editor, aircraft and current flight information, a nav log as well as fuel and payload options. The EFB has plenty to offer, but if you want to get directly into the action, you can turn it off after you finish the quick tour.
Close the EFB. Skip.
It seems like we're all clear on the checklist. Now start this pretty bird up.
Start this pretty bird up. I love this. Well, some of these lights are already on.
Now that we've covered all the preparations, let's get to the good stuff, shall we?
mean, you know, if you were completely new to flying, I suppose it's useful. We're only mocking it because we know what we're doing, right? But I don't like the way she pronounces EFB, though. How you doing, PC Tech? Astro Steve, thanks for 85 months. Harry Potter, thank you for 26. Jedson! Next training, no. Back to certification. I want to take the lesson now. Yeah, this is career mode. You have to get licenses, basically. You have to earn them. I mean, this is the easy one. It's going to get harder later. Right, take the exam. Let's go. Or chase the exam. We need to start making some money. Right, time to pass your private pilot's license. Complete a standard traffic pattern. You learn what you fly. Traffic pattern's flown at 1,000 AGL. Okay, so we're going to fly 1,000 AGL. Debriefing. Start your aircraft. Align with the runway. Takeoff speed. Once you reach 55 knots, rotate. Climb upwind at 75 knots until you reach a crosswind leg. Climb to 1,000 while maintaining 75 knots. Turn left. Maintain AGL 1,000 through the downward leg. Do not exceed 90. Okay. So target speed 75 and then 90 on the downwind. Once a beam, the touchdown point. Fly 80 knots. Extend 10 degrees of flaps. Push the nose down into a descent. Descend towards the base leg. Slowing down to 75. Extend 20. Final approach 65 for a smooth landing. Okay. You'll need taxi clearance before taxi, takeoff, and landing. Oh, I don't know how we do that. How do we do that? Maintain optional control. Remember, do not overspeed your flap, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Fine. The only bit I don't know is how to talk to the ATC. It might be Lisa Sue. You press enter. Gotcha. Galiloth, thank you for 85 months. Will we be able to fly Santa's sleigh, do we know? I'm sure somebody will create a mod for it. Harry, I think things are performing a little bit better, but it's still a bit slow. Should I get the Velocity 1 stick for €78 or the yoke system for 200? The stuff, it depends. For a budget, have a look at the budget section on the website.
It's time. Your first ever check ride. Start by removing the covers and shocks. Then join me inside.
Hi, I'm voiceover man. I'm narrating the latest movie. Remove the shocks. Okay, let's do all that. Join me inside. I'll be taking your check ride. Shift C to enter the aircraft. Well, into your head. Your character looks interesting. My character is Jensen from NVIDIA. Yeah, in a world. Let's get this over with and start earning money.
Your goal is to complete a left-hand traffic pattern, respecting the flight path and all required speeds. Rely on what you have learned in your trainings, and you'll be fine.
My trainings?
Now, show me the best traffic pattern that you've got.
Is trainings plural? I don't think it is. Okay, what have we got? We've got a taxi light nav. We'll leave the strobe off for now. We have 10 degrees of flaps. Technically, in this thing, you don't need flaps to take off. Right, we need to announce...
Mike Uniform, Mike Romeo Traffic Cessna, Charlie Uniform. Alpha 1835 is taxiing to runway 25.
Okay, there's no... It's just advisory? Dude. Can you not stand there? I'm doing my check ride and you're not helping, buddy. I made a video on the Tobii eye tracker. I feel like I'm a little bit too low down. I don't know. Where? Am I on the... I thought this was a taxiway. Oh, this just says taxi to start a runway. I don't need to do an announce yet, you muppet. I'm not on the runway. Am I? Do I look like I'm pointing down 2-5 right now? Not really. Jensen's new to this. I did a taxi announcement prompt. It says at the top, taxi to the start of runway 25. Control-Shift-E for rising camera. See, I don't trust you. I don't trust these people on the internet who come up with, it's like the old Alt F4 gag and the Windows L gag, you know what I mean? Oh, just press this keyboard command and... Oh, look! Right. Surely we need to do some kind of announcement that we're about to take off on 25. Okay. Chat would never lie. Right, there's no option to announce that we're taking off on 25. I don't know why. Control-Shift-E fires guns. Yeah. Arrow keys on the keyboard to move the camera up and down, left, right. I already remapped my keys. Right. 55 rotate, 75 climb, no more than 90. That's what she said. Retract the flaps. Reach across from now, climb to 1,000 feet. There we go. I don't want to exceed that speed limit they gave us. What sensitivity on what? Right, we're on the downwind leg. On my joystick, I don't know. I'll put a 0.4 curve, I think. Press to announce.
Mike Uniform, Mike Romeo Traffic Cessna, Charlie Uniform. Alpha 1835 1 miles, southeast 1,000 feet inbound to land runway 25.
Alright, I put the first stage of flaps in. A bit more drag.
Mike Uniform, Mike Romeo Traffic Cessna, Charlie Uniform. Alpha 1835 is on final runway 25 to land.
Okay. Sorry, concentration mode engaged. A little bit too much speed. I should have flared a little bit longer, but it's fine. I think that should get us a pass. Hold short. I'm glad it moved that guy out of the way.
Mike Uniform, Mike Romeo Traffic Cessna, Charlie Uniform. Alpha 1835 is taxiing to parking.
I'm taxiing to parking. I'm going from here to there. Amazing.
Congratulations. You're on your way to become one hell of a pilot.
Hear that, Jensen? One hell of a pilot. Oh my god, 99% on the respect traffic pattern. That's brutal. That's actually brutal. It's that examiner is like, yeah, I've got to mark him down on something. To be fair, I did hit 1,100 feet before I turned in, but it'll do. Jensen's so good. Congratulations! Allows you to fly a single-engine plane in good weather conditions and perform takeoff and landings from land. Private pilots cannot fly for commercial purposes. Do you hear that? We can't take any money yet. We can only get XP. I don't think it was the mist announce. I think it was the altitude, maybe. I don't know. The pestral virus. I would never call a plane a virus. Wait, where's the DR400 thingy? DR400 is a nice plane. Why is there no preview of it? Is it broken?
Congratulations on passing your PPL exam. Hopefully, that's the first of many steps on your career path. Your PPL allows you to fly recreationally and begin to build up your flight hours. First flight missions are a great way to increase your experience.
See, I'm going to have a real problem about which way to go on the tech tree, because I really want to fly some of these helicopters, but I really want to fly some of these planes.
Let's go back to headquarters and review the specializations board to learn more. As you can see, the career journey of a pilot can take many different paths. As I said earlier, your PPL is the first step, allowing you to fly recreationally and perform first flight missions, taking people on tours around the local area. As you build up your flight hours and earn more certifications, other specializations will become available. Take a look around, then when you're ready, head to the missions list to see what's available.
Actually, I'd like to do some skydiving stuff. That'd be fun. And the aerial advertising, that appeals to me. Search and rescue is where it's at, though. Helicopter search and rescue. Not planes, helicopter search and rescue. That'd be brilliant. Ferry flight. Compatible aircraft. That requires a tailwheel endorsement and a high performance endorsement. Interesting. The Vision Jet requires a jet engine rating. Multi-engine rating to get that. Kind of cool. Can you customize it to have a scan banner? I wish. Flight seeing. Okay, there's lots of things I want to do here. Select and view the missions. There we go.
On this map, you can see all the missions currently available to you.
All of them? Why, there's too many here. I don't know which one to go for. Once you get your CPL, we'll be doing missions of enough credits to get your other endorsements. I'd hope so.
There's one mission currently available. Select it now.
Let me guess. Somebody and their grandfather sightseeing. Sightseeing tour with Maria. We did this in the alpha. I love these. The things they say. Thing is, I remember in the alpha we did one, was it over Italy? And got totally lost over Italy. Can you use the live weather in career mode? I don't know, dude. Honestly, don't know. So we're going to take off. We're circling around something, and then we're coming back downwind. Yeah, we can do that. Let's introduce them to experience of piloting. Now, I'm going to check the full briefing. Flight scene duration 45 minutes. Please tell me this is not real time. Number of guests 2. Flight coordinator. So, when I did the alpha, there was some like specific speed I had to be at when I circled around. Do you remember? It's real time. Surely that's not 45 minutes. Make sure you have clouds on if you want to get the bad weather bonus. Oh, was that an option? Yeah, I think in the alpha I exceeded 90 knots and then they were grumpy about it because I'd gone too quickly around the thing they were trying to look at. Chris is doing all right, mate. It's still a bit slow, but it's functioning. Operator, Moron Flying Club. Oh, this is just brilliant. When I set up a competitor to the Moron Flying Club, I don't know what I'm going to call it. Like Bigger Morons Flying Club or something. Oh, man. Hey, Super Cora, thank you for 105. You had a red arrow go on your passenger seat. That doesn't sound good. Infinite Drek, thank you for subbing with Prime, by the way. Brad M, thank you for 17. All these missions available to you. Just think back in ETS2 when you had the cement mixer and you can only go for it. Yep, I remember that, John. Oh my god, my feet are freezing. It's so cold outside, I can't warm this room up, and all the cold air sinks to the ground, and my feet are so cold. You have to be a moron to fly with us, yeah. It's but like, only morons. That's what we'll call ourselves. Only Morons Flying Club. One thing you don't miss about the UK is crappy housing. Where do you live now? Wear 2 pairs of socks. Mate, I've got like a thick pair of socks on and it's just nowhere near enough. I might have to put like another pair of socks on. What GUP do I have? A 4090. Surprisingly, this new machine is not kicking out anywhere near as much heat as my old one. That 3090 chucks out way more heat than that 4090. You got 2 pairs in your office. Electric blanket for your tootsies. I need them. I can't fly with them on though. To get heated pedals. That would be great. I should so do that. Heated flying pedals. Remove the shocks. Send you. Oh, we've got to do all this. All 10. Can't be bothered with that. Would an air curtain on 2 on your little Connex box help to get the air on the floor?
Good day for flying, right, Captain?
I'm not sure. Maybe another pair of socks would help.
Hey, Captain, meet Maria. She's keen on discovering the sights around Cerro Redondo. She's one of our friends, so I'm counting on you to treat her well and show her around. By the way, she brought her son with her.
Hello.
Have your passengers fastened their seatbelts? Then you're good to go.
Oh, well,
Engine
hi.
started.
Jeez.
Let's go.
Let's go. Right. Have we got our flight plan? Okay, that was terrifying. That was actually terrifying.
Mike Uniform, Mike Romeo Traffic Cessna, Charlie Uniform. Alpha 1851 is taxiing to runway 25.
Stop at hole short.
So happy to be flying with you today, Captain.
Captain.
I'm Maria.
Are you Maria? Hi, I'm
Hey there,
Jensen.
my name's Luis. I'm Maria's son. Thanks for taking me up today.
You're welcome.
I thought I'd be more.
Mike Uniform, Mike
so
Romeo
far, so
Traffic
good.
Cessna, Charlie Uniform.
Please
Alpha
don't talk while I'm talking to
1851,
ATC,
taking off
thank you.
Runway 25, west departure.
It is super cringe. It's amazing. They're so excited. Look at the wind. They've dropped the wind completely. Oh, we know. During the alpha, there was proper cringy stuff. I hope I don't lose points for taxiing way too quickly. Is the EFB accessible from a standalone, like an iPad? I don't know, but you can pop it out and put it on a second monitor. I don't know if you can access it on a tablet, but you can definitely pop it out onto a different monitor. Okay, Maria, are you guys ready? Anyone know the airfield? Yeah. M-U-M-R, Mummer. Moron Airfield. It's over in Cuba. Oh, they're heavy.
isn't it?
Yeah, it's stunning. Right, I want to go over there, but it's telling me to initial climb here, so I'll stick with the plan. I'm to 550 feet. What height did it want me at? Oh, okay. We'll keep climbing. Like 1,000 feet or something. I feel like I'm too high. Or rather, I've climbed quicker than it thought I would. Right, let's check. Flaps are up.
You must feel like the queen of the world when you fly over our beautiful region at sunset.
Jensen.
Definitely need to try that someday.
Jensen, the queen of the world. He's never been called that before. Queen Jensen. Absolutely amazing. We're way off track here, look. But we got to follow this. I am doing over 90. Is that going to be a problem? I think I better slow down when we do a full circle, I think.
Now that you're airborne, how do you like it? So far, so great, right?
Amazing.
Anna, thanks for checking in. Having a great time, and it's surely thanks to our pilot.
Good. I'll leave it to you then. Enjoy the flight.
Oh dear.
You okay? Not scared?
I'm too excited to be scared.
I'm too excited to be... Oh, hang on. Stay in the box, Jensen!
Do you see the city of Cerro Redondo over here? Awesome!
Everything down below looks so tiny.
Whoa! Oh god. Do we go right and around or left and around? Set a speed of 87 knots. Oh, turn off the AP and just fly it manually. I think I've missed the circle. I'm trying to, like, remember my control mappings over here. I better get it down to 87, otherwise it'll cry at me. There it goes. Right, 1100. We've got some great music going on.
One of you! I recognize almost everything below.
I've got news for you. That voice is never going to change. Might go and stay below 87 knots. Oh, rip. I thought we were trying to stay at 87 knots. Okay, right. Well, we've done that bit now. Fly to pattern entry, connect to arrival airport via ATC or press enter.
You've gone silent. Everything all right?
Just taking it all in.
Totally. Great minds think alike.
Yeah, I'm in career mode today. I think career mode was a good idea, Kenneth, yeah.
It's like the world is laid out in front of me.
I see you're on your way back, guys. So, Maria, did you enjoy the ride? You ready to do it again?
A lot of emotions right now. All I know is I'm eager to fly again soon.
Great time from start to finish. Thanks, Captain.
You're welcome, sir. Sounds like we're filming a commercial for the club. It does sound a bit like that, doesn't it? I suppose I should tell them when I'm downwind, shouldn't I? Turn off the
Mike
autopilot.
Uniform, Mike Romeo, traffic Cessna, Charlie Uniform. Alpha 18511 miles southeast, 1,100 feet inbound to land runway 25.
Yeah, I think having a structured set of objectives and goals is always a good thing. And you're not always going to be doing sightseeing passengers who are talking cringe, you know? There's going to be other stuff to do.
Mike Uniform, Mike Romeo Traffic Cessna, Charlie Uniform. Alpha 1851 is on final runway 25 to land.
Let's see if we can touch down a little bit better this time.
Smooth as silk.
Smooth as silk and twice as buttery. Oh, dude. Stop at a hole short.
Mike Uniform, Mike Romeo Traffic Cessna, Charlie Uniform. Alpha 1851 is taxiing to parking.
It's a bit weird that, getting you to stop and then move. You're better off just clearing the runway and then getting over here. And taxiing to stand is just stupid. I look where we are. Fast forward, I don't know. Why do you want a fast forward career? The whole point is to enjoy it, right?
No easy to impress the locals, but I see they're smiling. That's cool. Well done.
Why run ads on finals, dude? It, like Twitch or whatever doesn't know we're on finals. Or YouTube for that matter. 68% smoothness? What? Oh my god, oh, I hit S tier just about. I was going to say, I thought it was like a pixel off S tier. Aviator performance details. Radio comms. Man, that was not a lot of XP, was it? Reputation update. Level 3.
Nice work completing your first mission. Continue building your flight hours by completing more missions, and you'll be ready to move on to your CPL in no time.
Anyone else had a problem with the engine starting off mid-flight during missions? It's probably a controller mapping if you're having problems. Am I right, Sean? Thank you. Zag, which country are you in? What do I need? I need a commercial pilot license to do a ferry flight. I need to do 2 airplane missions and then I can do the check ride. You're in the USA. You should not have any problems then. I mean, I assume you've killed it and started it again. But it should definitely be working for you now. Hang on. Let me try and get another pair of socks. Missions. It's not working for you on Steam and you're in the US.
Here's all the first flight missions available right now. Take your pick which one you want to tackle next.
Discover landscapes. What's this one? Family time over Valencia booked by George. Difficulty. Wait a minute. If I'm here And the mission's over there. Nice stroll up. Does that mean I'm going to have to fly to that airport and then pick them up? Am I a real pilot? I have a PPL. It teleports you, okay. Whew. What is this? There's like a whole bunch of them here. Does the little diamonds mean there's multiple? Take a flight tour. Discovery tour, discovery tour. 45. Are they all 45 minutes? They're all the same, aren't they? USB powered socks. Lol. When you get further in, there are cargo missions that give 500,000 XP and 10k. That's what I did. Got to level 30 A rep, and you need, I think, 20k to unlock companies. Cargo missions. In what size planes? Are we talking like 172 cargo missions? Or something bigger? Let's have a look for some nice scenery. Yeah, what's this one? Taking a flight tour above that city. Okay. There are rechargeable heater socks. I've got heated electric booties, but I can't fly with them because they're too big. But it's not gonna work on the rig. And the 172, interesting. The IFR test is totally bugged and I cannot be completed. Wait, does that stop you doing your CPL then? Clouds are on. Okay, so same thing, but once we've done this, we can do our CPL. You found the guide is always off track. So what are you saying, Mr. Mike, that you should follow the track instead of the guide? So if it lays down in the GPS, if it lays down a track, you follow that. Yeah, I don't know, pups. It's hard to say. You don't need a known VA. There are plenty of people who would have done it for $70 to $200. What are we talking about now? Oh, voice acting, not virtual airline. Smoothness. Yeah. Second par. Of course, this also means I've got like less feeling in the rudder pedals. So if my rudder skills are off, I'm blaming the socks, okay? The game's a flight sim, not a dialogue sim, I love it. The trouble is, once you pull one pair of socks over the second one, it pulls the inner one really tight against your toes. There we go. Then you have to like pull them both back out again. Right, skip that nonsense. Good afternoon, ordered one of your cups yesterday, waiting for that to arrive. Mine came from Latvia. Took about 5 days. Totally worth the wait though, but thank you for ordering. Right, let's see if that keeps my feet any warmer. I completed the IFI test. Are you talking about the training or the actual test?
For you, Captain, but for everyone here, it's a special occasion.
Somebody was saying they couldn't do the IFR test.
You're flying with one of our friends, Anna, over our very own region. She's got her sister with her. If the seatbelts are fastened, you're ready for takeoff. Engine started. Let's go.
Let's go!
Camagüey ground Cessna Charlie uniform. Alpha 1162 ready to taxi west departure.
My packs are normal.
Cessna Charlie uniform Alpha 1162 taxi to and hold short of runway 08 via taxiway Delta Bravo cross runway 08 Golf Hotel. Contact tower.
I do have heating, but it makes the room too hot, and all the cold air sinks to the bottom. Oh, a knowledge taxi clearance.
Taxiing hold short runway 08 via taxiway Delta Bravo cross runway 08 Golf Hotel, Cessna 162.
Yeah, this seems like the best and safest way to taxi.
Hi.
Through one person.
Thanks for taking us
Clip
aboard.
the wing of a plane,
I'm
straight
Anna.
through a fuel truck.
I'm thrilled to fly over See You Dad to Camagüey with you. Our parents live in the area, so this flight feels like a trip back to our childhood, you know? Nice to meet you. I'm Adriana. I'm hanging out with Anna for this flight. Pretty exciting.
Oh, I love it. What are we going to be flying at, do we think? Altitude, what, 1100 again? Was it 11 or 1200? I think it was 1200. That's the most pointless taxi. This is way bigger than Moron Airport, this is. I know why it's a 45-minute mission now, because it's like 30 minutes of taxi. There's just no wind. No wind data. Interesting. I don't know. We've not upgraded from Moron. We're just taking a mission over here. I'm sure there'll be more missions from Moron. Dude, I'm taxiing way too quick because I just want to get this mission done, you know? I don't think it measures taxi speed anyway. Okay, I'm possibly going a little bit quick. Take off from the taxiway. What, do a Harrison Ford? Wait, we're about to enter the runway. We've not said anything. We don't have permission to go to the whole short zone? What is this madness?
It's a bit scary.
What?
But still exciting. Mostly exciting.
I just got penalised for something it never even told me to do. Oh my god. I even said so? I'm gonna get marked down big time for that. This happens a lot. What? Will you get penalised for stuff it never told you to do? Great. It was probably in all the training videos that I didn't watch. Yeah, I know, Harold. That's why I said it. But there was no option to press enter to confirm with ATC, so I thought, well, I won't then. I'll know better next time. I blend the socks. We're going to lose a lot of points for that. That was like a red thing. Nah, normal taxi speed is just before stall speed. Really, Niall, if I'd have stopped at the stop bar, it would have told me. Interesting. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I just want to do... If we do the flight and pass it, that will be enough. We just have to do 2 flights to go for our CPL. Yeah, had that happen to you. Didn't ask for a come to final and still got an A. Don't think it worries about that one. Okay, so I've pressed enter. Stop short, pressed enter, nothing's happening. Taxi 2 and hold short of runway 08 via taxiway Delta Bravo. Cross runway 08. Contact tower on 121.3 when ready. Hold short of 08. That's what I'm doing. So what now? Well, exactly. How do I contact? It says hold short of 08. I don't have permission to take off. Yeah, it says take off, but it also said taxi here, and I got penalised for that as well. This is weird. Don't need to tune the radio. If you press enter, it does it for you. You're already in trouble, you might as well go for it. I like your thinking. This runway's a bit bigger than Moron Airport.
I could get used to this.
Cessna 162, continue for west departure. Camelway Tower Cessna, Charlie uniform. Alpha 1162, continue for west departure.
What the heck are we meant to be going? Are we meant to be over there or something? Okay, I'm going to assume we're climbing left turn then. Man, that thing took off quick.
Relax, Anna. You're gripping the seat so hard you're going to break your hand.
She's terrified. I'm not surprised. The pilot's like, where am I going? She's like... Oh, we got some turbulence as well.
It's so quiet up here. So peaceful.
Nobody's ever said that in a GA plane. They might have said that in a glider. Seems to want us on quite a high altitude.
The sky is out of this world. We're lucky to see this.
Jeez, man. All out of whack here. But way higher than what I thought we'd cruise at. Okay.
Remember this spot, sis. This is where you fell and messed up your new shoes. Mom was so mad at you. Good old times.
Good old times. Oh, I love it. It is really turbulent today. This is the worst time for them to go flying. Really gusty.
I'm totally wow. I'm usually more articulate, but wow.
I'm usually more articulate as well. But wow. I think we'll go for 2,000 feet. Try that. But wow. What is this nonsense?
You okay? Not scared? I'm too excited to be scared.
Well, it's basically telling you where to fly, isn't it? But we've currently got like a 15-knot tailwind. And it is super gusty. Like, the wind doesn't really line up with what
Look,
the clouds are
streets
doing.
Here. Beautiful. It's great seeing the world from this angle.
I better start slowing down. I don't know if it's live weather or not.
162 leaving my airspace frequency change approved. Camagüey Tower Cessna, Charlie Uniform, Alpha 1162 frequency change.
It's been a regressive turn into this teardrop. They're gonna get some great photos out the window in this wind, like pointing the camera like that. I got some lovely blurry photos of the town.
The view from up here is amazing.
I'm waiting for one of them to start crying about how great it is. Like, this is so emotional.
You know that movie where the wizard flies around on a giant eagle? This is like that.
It's just
Except
like
the
that.
wizard didn't wear a seat belt.
Just when you thought that line couldn't get any cringe, she added on the seatbelt sentence. And it went from cringe
That's
to next
my
level.
place. If I were home, I could wave to myself. I spotted it too, but I didn't have time to snap or pic. I might be a softie, but I'll hold on to this memory with you always.
Wizard on a giant eagle? I think they must be talking about Lord of the Rings. Return to base. Press enter to announce full stop landing. What now?
Camagüey Tower Cessna, Charlie Uniform. Alpha 11625 miles southwest 1,300 feet to land.
Cessna Charlie Uniform, Alpha 1162 Camagüey Tower. QNH 101 tree makes straight in runway 08.
When we took off, I thought there should have been a drum roll or something.
Make straight in runway
Back to reality,
08 Cessna
folks.
162.
Hey, did you enjoy it, Anna? Ready for your next flight?
Cessna 162 wind 047 at 12.
What the
Clear to
hell?
land runway 08.
I absolutely love the view flying over Ciudad de Camagüey. Ready to head out again whenever you are.
Cleared to land runway
That
08
was
Cessna
amazing.
162.
Thank you so much.
I agree. I feel like ChatGPT wrote those sentences. It's just too much. Yeah, they carry on talking right through all the ATC comms, which is a bit of a problem. This wind is horrendous. But wow.
500.
That is the best line. But wow. Those poppy lights are weird.
$50, $40, $30, $20, retard, retard, retard.
If that says soft landing this
Smooth as
time,
silk.
something's wrong.
Cessna 162 exit runway when able.
Thank you, Captain Flint. I tried to acknowledge the exit runway thing, but it wouldn't let me.
Cessna 162 contact ground on 121 decimal tree.
121 decimal tree for Cessna 162. Camagüey ground Cessna, Charlie Uniform. Alpha 1162 taxi to parking.
Hold 10, skip to shutdown. Let's go.
Always cool to see your own region from a new perspective. Looks like they enjoyed it. That was a great flight seeing session. Cool.
Cool, but wow. Jensen! That's alright.
Cessna 162 acknowledge last transmission.
S tier, let's go, Jensen. You know what that's? S for super. That's when he makes his like 40, 80 supers. That's what that is. Most important mistakes.
Please acknowledge.
Most important mistakes. Overflying airports and taxi speed. Yeah, we won't talk about the taxi speed. It's unplayable on Xbox.
Cessna 162, did you hear my last transmission?
How can that still be running when I'm back in here? I'm out of the plane? What the heck?
You've built up enough flight hours to be eligible to take your CPL.
Cessna 172, ignore my transmission.
If you pass your CPL, you can begin to get paid for successful missions.
That's what we want. We want to get paid. Right, commercial pilot license. Allows you to fly a plane for financial compensation and embark on your journey as a professional pilot across a wide variety of activities. $2.5 grand? That's going to bankrupt me. Trim management. Departure. Navigate using dead reckoning. Use heading and time estimates. Landmark navigation. Navigate using key landmarks. Follow VFR procedures. Follow first solo navigation. Complete an entire VFR on your own. Ooh. Purchase. Let's go. Let's see the briefing. Right. To receive a commercial pilot's license, you need to complete a check ride consisting of a cross-country from Van Nuys to Bob Hope Airport in Los Angeles County. Wait, I thought we was in Cuba. If you need further information, today's flight plan between Van Nuys and Burbank has already been loaded into your glass cockpit. Okay. Proper ATC interactions are expected to be formed throughout the flight. You will be expected to start your aircraft, taxi towards a designated runway and stop at the hole short. Remember that, boys. Remember that. Align with the runway and take off. Once you reach 55, rotate. Merge with the traffic pattern by climbing upwind until you get 1500. Fly crosswind, climbing towards at 2100. Okay. Follow VFR navigation. Recommended cruise speed 100 knots. Slow down and start the final leg once the aircraft is aligned with Burbank's runway. Use flaps to get 65, land smoothly. Since this is more advanced, you'll be graded on your aviator performance throughout the flight. Follow your flight plan, pay special attention to your speed, aircraft handling, and smoothness on takeoff and landing. Remember to ask for right ATC clearances. Aircraft-specific recommended speeds are stored in your EFB. Okay. So if I press the Q key, I can now go free cam. Right, so we take off. As soon as we clear the runway, more or less taking a left turn over this green patch. Head into our downwind leg. And then we're into a long final. I got this, J10. And then straight in. Straight into the Minecraft scenery. Hopefully it'll load it by the time we get there. It's coming in slowly, look. You see it downloaded. There it goes. A 10-minute CPL test. This is how it should be. There we go. We've got some scenery loaded. Right, we need to do this because we need to make some money. Am I liking the sim? I think it's got its problems at the moment, but you can already see it's going to be a great sim. It's just not a great sim at the moment. It just needs to be polished and stuff, but that's fine. Moss Pittman, thank you for 57 months. Nordiques, thank you for subbing with Prime. Walex, thank you for 38. Can we skip that? Don't need to do all that nonsense. Yeah, it's only been up 2 days, Sean. I mean, you know, it's a huge project.
Welcome to your CPL check ride. The last stop on your way to become a true professional pilot. For this check ride, you will complete a cross-country flight through Los Angeles County, taking off from Van Nuys Airport and then landing at Bob Hope Airport. You can start when you are ready.
I can't believe that lip synced. That's amazing.
TOS system test.
Okay. Right, what was the altitude? 2,100, wasn't it? Biggest issue is getting in the sim mostly and the data flow. But that'll be solved over time. There's some buggy planes around, but you know, it's fine. It performs well, visually performs well. I think the flight model might be a little bit too jittery at the moment. It was 1,500 first, and then we left turn crosswind climb to 2,100. So I've put 2,100 in the altitude setting here in case we want to go autopilot. I don't think the flight's long enough for autopilot though.
Van Nuys Ground Cessna Charlie Uniform. Alpha 1162 with Quebec request taxi for takeoff departure to the east.
Cessna Charlie Uniform, Alpha 1162 taxi to and hold short of runway 16 right using taxiway Alpha 1 Charlie. Contact tower on 10.2 when ready.
Taxi to and hold short runway 16 right via taxiway Alpha 1 Charlie Cessna 162.
All right, let's go. We get told off my taxi speeds again if I'm not careful. Whoa! Wait a minute. This looks like a whole short line, and this looks like a whole short line. Let me try and press an enter here. Doesn't work. Stay on the taxi path.
Van Nuys Tower Cessna Charlie Uniform. Alpha 1162 at runway 16 right ready for departure to the east.
Cessna Charlie Uniform, Alpha 1162 altimeter 29.902 east departure approved. Cleared for takeoff runway 16 right.
Cleared for takeoff runway 16 right Cessna 162.
Game doesn't care about what? Right, I think it was aim for 1,500 initially.
Cessna 162 continue for east departure.
Van Van Nuys Tower Cessna, Charlie Uniform. Alpha 1162 continue for east departure.
God, that's that stupid outer marker stuff. So annoying. So loud, can't turn it off. Shut up! It says climb to 2100 on the crosswind, which is here. These boxes aren't really... They're not 2100 boxes at all. Maintain 1900. Wait, what? The briefing is nothing like what it's now telling me to do. The briefing said 2100 feet, and now it's telling me to do 1900 feet. It said 1600 or 1500, then climb to 2100. I'm sure it did. Anyway, it doesn't matter, we'll get there. See, what's in the GPS doesn't really line up with what it's showing me.
Cessna 162 leaving my airspace frequency change approved.
I think the GPS has it correct with the briefing.
Van Nuys Tower Cessna,
and these boxes
Charlie
don't line up.
Alpha 1162 frequency change. Burbank Tower Cessna Charlie Uniform. Alpha 1162 is 4 miles west 1,900 feet with Kilo to land.
With Kilo.
Cessna Charlie Uniform. Alpha 1162 Burbank Tower. Altimeter 29.902. Make straight in runway 8. Make straight in runway 8 Cessna 162. Cessna 162 follow the Cessna Skyhawk on final. Wind 258 at 6.
Well, we got somebody behind us.
8. Cleared to land runway 8 Cessna 162.
So if you look at these blue boxes where they're taking us, we're way above profile. In the UK, you still can't load. Try VPNing.
500.
Consistent bugs, yeah. Reduce speed.
Cessna 162 exit runway when able.
Roger, roger.
Cessna 162 contact ground on 123.9er. 123.9er Cessna 162.
Alright, taxi lights.
Burbank ground Cessna Charlie uniform. Alpha 1162 taxi to parking.
What? 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 That's a lie. I did everything correct. I announced... I stopped in the box. I didn't move. I haven't moved. My brakes are still on. I didn't do a thing. It said I entered the taxiway without permission. I stopped in the box it told me to. You had that bug happen, you got 100%. Dude, that was fake news, that was. Also, these taxi routines keeps look, they take you literally through other planes. And I bet you I get deducted points if I don't follow that taxi. It's straight through that plane. I think they've got a bit of polish to do on this thing. It's good, but it definitely needs some polish. Right in this box, yeah? This box. Cool.
You've performed great today. Keep the same attitude. And I'm sure that you will have great piloting career.
87 for respecting the taxiway path. I mean, I got deducted points for taxiing around a plane. There's no S tier on this one. Are there any settings in this mode to turn the boxes off? Because that would annoy me. Possibly, yeah, pups. Allows you to fly a plane with compensation. Let's go. Let's get some
Congratulations.
dosh.
Now you are able to earn money for completing missions.
What I need to do is get enough money to then take that one and then do our commercial rotorcraft. I just hope the helicopter it makes you do it in is something I can actually fly, because I had problems yesterday. I think it was the H125. Very twitchy, but we'll see. High performance endorsement. Allows you to operate a plane with over 200 horsepower. Multi-engine, instrument, ATPL. Ooh, night currency. So if you want to do cargo stuff, where would you need to go? I presume we can do cargo stuff now. But with that one, we can potentially carry more cargo. I might do that next. We can do that now once we've got the money. We don't have the money. Yeah, I'm thinking we can do cargo now, but I'm thinking if we get that, we can get a more powerful plane. We can carry more stuff, is the theory. Where do we go from here? Specializations and missions. Okay, what have we got under here? So we've unlocked ferry flight. Go to specializations, I think it's called. What is? Cargo transport, that one. Become an essential link in the global supply chain. Transport a variety of goods and equipment in time and good state. Your cargo transport begins here. So in order to get this, I need to be level 10. I need to perform airplane missions with landing smoothness above 50%, and I've done 2. And I need to score airplane missions with C or above. I need to do 4 more of them. Okay. So that's just going to come naturally. But right now we can do ferry flights. I can't do cargo. Sightseeing. I feel like we've done these already. Skydive aviation. That could be fun. Tail wheel looks more or less. What, for this? Not for this. Let's see what missions we've got. Right, we've now unlocked ferry flight. I think it's because cargo's probably going to bring in more money, KM. I think that might be part of the choice. Uh-oh.
You're ready to take the next step. I have a mission lined up for you. Prove you can handle this, and more opportunities will come your way.
We're flying over in Europe now. What we could do. Okay, so all of these around here are first flight missions. Aerial advertising. We can't do that yet, can we? Not available. Not available, not available. Computer says no. Can we do any? Ferry flight, there you go. A medivac? I've learned once you do one of those type of missions, you unlock them anywhere the mission. Yeah, I think so. I think they're... It gives you them anywhere, doesn't it? Cargo transport. Search and rescue hoist. Can't do that. What is this? A VIP charter service in the middle of nowhere. That's hilarious. I want to do a ferry flight. I think we'll have to go here for that. Returning a 172 to its home base. Let's have a look. Frosty Force, thank you for 98. Rusty Dan, thank you for subbing with Prime. Mr. Klimek, who sent his precious plane away for maintenance, is now eagerly waiting to fly it back. Careful, this client is very picky about his bird. And his plane. Make sure your landing is spot on. He might be on site when you arrive. What is this? That is some weird approach. Oh wait, we did this in the alpha. Because I remember this is a spectacular takeoff. Like this runway is on the side of is it the Rhine Valley or something? Absolutely mad. It's beautiful around here. This approach is completely bonkers. You basically overfly the field, turn back and go into a downwind leg. That's what you're doing. This one keeps freezing when loading in to see what happens for you. I could see it loading all the scenery then. Julia Reichert, mechanic. Mission criteria. Ensure aircraft integrity and land smoothly. It's an odd pattern entry. It's very close to a standard entry pattern in the UK, where you overfly the field, descend on the dead side, and then come in. But you'd normally do it the other way around. You wouldn't go straight into the downwind leg. You'd normally descend on the other side and then cross back over the runway and get on the downwind leg. I don't know, nice, like flying around there certainly gives it a chance to load some of the data, doesn't it? I think it'd be nice if they changed this screen here so that you get an idea of progress. Because they're going to have these server issues for a while, I think. It'd be nice to at least give you an idea of what's going on. Jensen! Jensen's got his CPL. I did, yeah, Demons. I got a video on YouTube about it from years ago. Played it straight 6 hours on day 1, no crash. Yesterday I crashed 3 times. That's weird. Most people couldn't get in on day 1. What's the giveaway today? The giveaway today is virtual hugs. There you go, mate. Have a hug. Right, let's go.
Hello, it's Julia Reichert. Thanks for accepting the job. I'm your contact here. Today's lucky bird heading to Nijmegen drawn is this charming little 172 Skyhawk. The owner's aircraft was in for maintenance, and now that it's fixed, he wants it flown back.
Wait.
He's already waiting for it. His name's Mr. Michael Klimek. Now give this beautiful bird the VIP treatment it deserves. Take care.
They keep saying that.
Echo Delta Romeo Mike traffic Cessna Delta. Kilo Lima Lima uniform is taxiing to runway tree 6.
I'm taxiing to here to hold short. For real? My game's off on NVMe, David. It's not the speed of my machine, it's the speed of getting the data from the server. You're in Southeast Asia. Your servers are probably not getting hammered. That'll be what it is. Right. I'm using a VPN, Jock. But there are people in the UK who are flying in the UK,
Delta
okay?
Romeo Mike traffic Cessna Delta. Kilo Lima Lima uniform taking off runway tree 6
Kilo Lima
south departure.
Lima uniform. Roof. Yeah. When we take off out of here, look left. It's spectacular. Climb to 1,400 feet. Look at this. Oh, was that a left climbing turn? I think it might have been a left climbing turn. Hang on. Maybe not. I feel like we just departed the opposite runway to what it normally does. Okay. Yeah, look. We're supposed to have gone out that way. It sent us out the wrong runway. Maybe I Did I depart the wrong runway? Was I supposed to taxi to the bottom? That would explain it. That would explain it. I think the hold short is what threw me, because it had me hold short at the threshold. I just assumed we were going out that way. You know what? I don't think it even cares that much. I'm just going to turn and fly. I'll probably get penalised. Yeah, so like, I would have thought the whole short point would have been at the threshold of the runway that we're about to go on. But yeah, that's what happened. Mistakes are made. Never mind. Yep, I understand what it wanted me to do now, Hawk, but I didn't do that. And yet again, it says 2,100 feet, but the boxes are at a different height. So do we go for the boxes, or do we go for the 2,100? I'll probably lose a lot of points for not flying through those boxes. Yeah, just look at the scenery around there. It is absolutely lovely. What a place to have a runway. Wolverhampton. Yeah, it looks just like Wolverhampton, doesn't it? It's the CPL mission to do boxes that would have got rid of half the CPL exam. I don't know, I think you could probably turn them off separately, I'd guess. Just wanted to have a look at the scenery. I believe the boxes make no difference in your XP. I'll fly without the boxes, I just thought the GPS... You see, I think the GPS path is more important, personally.
Delta Romeo, Delta Traffic Cessna, Delta. Kilo Lima, Lima Uniform 5 miles northeast, 2,500 feet inbound to land runway 27.
Now, if I remember, we come in, overfly the field, then we loop back around and join downwind. Is Mrs. Squirrel doing any Christmas baking? You can't bake things for Christmas in November, Zinab. That's madness. I'm not really sure which box it wants us to fly into right now. And then as I say that, it removes the boxes. Okay. Which runway are we landing on? Hang on, I might just follow the purple boxes on the flight path. I did this one earlier, the boxes will appear when you get nearer. Okay. It had 2 boxes and then it removed them. Oh, hang on, we're supposed to be over there. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, we overfly the field here. Looks like we overfly the threshold of 27. Oh, now we get boxes. Okay, we should be up there right now, basically. I should have followed the tablet track. That's what I should have done. Yeah, I think so, Yin. I think I'm learning that. The EFB is the one to follow. Okay. I kind of feel like these boxes can make things more confusing. Gets that first stage of flaps in. I've turned the boxes off, they're just plain wrong. I think you're right. Why do you turn them off in the settings? Assistant says, right. It's funny how an assistant can make things more confusing. Turning them off the assistant didn't work for you. You had to bind a key.
500.
Echo Delta Romeo, Delta Traffic Cessna Delta. Kilo Lima Lima uniform is on final runway 27 to land.
Literally, this guy's back garden is where we're landing. He wanted a smooth landing. Jensen gave him a smooth landing. Stop at whole shot. What the heck is that? Yeah, I think I'm going to turn these off, these boxes. And then just go off the tablet. You ordered the honeycomb yolk. Enjoy it, Mike. You need to install a driver if you want it to light up. Oh yeah, I've had taxiways through planes and stuff. And people. Man, this guy's got his own fuel tanker. Look at this. That's nuts. How much flying does he do? I love how he's got ATC at his little garden field.
Echo Delta Romeo, Delta Traffic Cessna Delta. Kilo Lima Lima uniform is taxiing to parking.
Oh my god. How are the service today, Nathan? I think they're a bit better.
I'm sure the trip had its challenges, but I hope my plane didn't take too much of a beating. Thanks for your hard work.
Too much of a beating? Did he see me land? East Coastian. Respect the condition of the aircraft. Wait, what did I do to lose 10%? Smoothness. I lost 3% for smoothness. Really? What did I do that lost 10% for respecting the condition of the aircraft? Please tell me how I disrespected it. Bugs on the windshield. It's covered in flies. Base income 8,600. What? Employer commission? What is this? You can't. No. Just no. What? Are you actually having a giraffe? That is a scam. That's a scam, that is. Who would work for this? Julia. I'm going to destroy you, Julia. I'm going to make a competitive, moronic airliner, and we're going to bury you. That is... You can't treat your staff like this. %5 income or something stupid. What is that? That's 10% income. She's taking 90%. 900 credits for that. If you don't skip anything, it's more like 3k. What? No. No, Jordan, surely not. What, you're saying because I skipped the taxi, I lost 2 grand? I don't buy that. You can't... You lose money for that. Yeah, but how much money? You're not going to get paid $1 grand for a taxi, surely. Tequila, thank you for 119. Blue Forever, thank you for 9. You don't lose money, you get bonus money for not skipping. Yeah, but how much? No skip bonus pays the most. Alright, we're going to have to test this. The bonuses you get from not skipping are noticeable. Oh my god. It doesn't even tell you that. It doesn't even tell you that if you skip, you won't get a massive bonus. I'm going to test it then. We'll find out. We'll get to the truth.
I see you've made good progress so far. I think you will need a space of your own. You can take this desk. It's been empty for a while.
Sure, with my 900 credits, let me have your desk. I've unlocked flight seeing. Right. Is accessibility. Taxi ribbon, flight path. This is it. Display active waypoint marker. Taxi ribbon. I don't mind that so much. Turbulence. Realistic. G-effects, jet pilot. Let's see what missions we've got. The thing is, did Julia fly us halfway around the world just to fly that plane? Oh, we've got missions around here now. Plenty of them. Look at this. What's that then? Ferry flight. So I just need to grind a few of these now, don't I? I guess. Frankfurt. $1,370 credit, 30 minutes. 1,500 credits, 30 minutes. Marginal VFR conditions. That sounds fun. There's a setting to toggle the gates on and off. I don't remember what it's called. You might need to bind it. Okay. Might take this one. Pays 1,500 credits, apparently. Assuming no... Oh, that pays 2.5. That's 1 hour. My word. I'm not doing... Like, 1 hour? No. This has got a higher rate of pay. 45 minutes for 2,200. What kind of XP can we expect? I'd recommend looking at them and taking the one that pays the most because it also gives you the most XP. Well, in that case, a 1 hour mission. I mean, the 2003, the one that I saw that paid 2.5. That one's the most I can see. 45 minutes to do 2,700 credits sounds good to me. Yeah, I've done the sightseeing mission in Venice in the alpha. When I want some cheesy ChatGPT AI be sat behind me, we'll take another one of those, but until now I'm just going to grind Ferry. Right, this time we're not going to skip anything. I'm going to get extra cash. You only get 10%? No, that can't be right. I got 900 just now. Mission criteria, 190,000 XP. Land smoothly. Okay. Right, Jensen, we're doing this. We're trying to play it stuck on customized identity. Not that one again. You might have to try VPN into a different country. Bandwidth low. Here we go. Here we go. America's coming online. If it gets too bad, I'll have to VPN to somewhere else. Right, Jensen. This is your big day. Okay, right, we're not skipping. I want to see what the bonus is. Okay, so we're going to get a bonus for doing that, yeah? Press Control E to complete startup procedure. Do we get a bonus if we do the startup manually? It's not skipping anything, is it? So technically it should be okay. Hi, it's Jonas.
I'm one of the club pilots. Thanks for taking care of this ferry flight. This freshly revised 172 Skyhawk needs to get to Offenburg. The owner's aircraft was in for maintenance, and now that it's fixed, she wants it flown back. Madam Buck, the owner, is expecting you at the destination on time.
Hello?
Fly safe, pilot. Echo Tango, Echo Kilo traffic Cessna Delta. Uniform Charlie Echo Sierra is taxiing to runway 7.
I think it's only if you use Alt-N to skip. Yeah, I'm thinking if it says skip, then you'll lose XP, and if it doesn't say skip, hopefully we're fine. Stop. Apparently I didn't stop.
Echo Tango, Echo, Kilo Traffic Cessna Delta. Uniform Charlie Echo Sierra, taking off runway 7 departure to the south.
Okay. What kind of altitude do we want? I don't know. We're at 1400 now. I guess we want to be 3000 easily. Yeah, probably. Like 20% integrity right there. Doesn't want to turn, does it? What is that plane? This runway doesn't look very big. And there's trees at the end of it. Guess we do like a climbing left turn to bring us back around. I know according to this we just... Like I still got the boxes! Are you serious? So that didn't get rid of the boxes then. Try looking at the controls for a toggle visual assist button. That's honestly rubbish. I've turned it off and it should be turned off now. Also, if you look at the flight path and the boxes, they completely do not line up. Like, it's saying go this way, and the flight path GPS is saying go that way. It's completely mad. And yeah, if you look at the map, look at this. The map seems to... The tablet agrees with this blue line, but the GPS doesn't. Unless the GPS doesn't have a flight plan other than go from A to B. Right button above your left thumb. By default, it's mapped to visual toggle assist. Ah! Well, there you go. There you go. Yeah, I pressed that yesterday and it was like... I didn't have the blue boxes, but it turned off all those waypoints. I don't know. I don't know what the ATC is going to do. It's very bumpy. Anything new on the rig? Not really, no. I've not added to it for a while. There's been a lot of positive and negative feedback so far. How are you liking the game up till now? I think you're going to have to wait a few months to get it super polished, but what's here is very enjoyable. So it's a bit like Flight Sim 2020. It's not out the door polished. That's going to take a bit of time. But career mode's a lot of fun so far. I kind of feel like the turbulence modelling is... If you look at the way the weather is outside, that looks quite calm. And yet I've clearly got a lot of turbulence. Yeah, and it's very overdone, I think. At the moment. Needs a bit of a tweaking. Right. Time for a cup of tea. Will he make it to the helicopter? I need money to get that license. So the wind speed, if you look at it... One sec. Can you see the wind here? We've got a tailwind that's gusting between about 6 knots to about 10 or 11 knots. So I would say that's 6 gusting 10, roughly. Not that bad, really. But yeah, the plane gets thrown around like a paper bag. Yeah, the hilly terrain is quite rolling hills, and it doesn't tend to give you that kind of rotary effect at this level. If it were lower down, we'd feel it, but not up here. It's a bit too turbulent. Yep, you can shut off the annoying boxes like that. Radar winds. Oh, you can't turn winds on. That's annoying. There we go. I'll do for now. Career mode's the biggest difference. And the visuals. Like, the visuals are stunning. Like, the trees in particular are noticeable. It also performs a lot better. Oh, wow. Airport, huh? No, it doesn't seem to, Nathan. It's just a visual clue. Hey, Ty. Alex01, thank you for 4 months. Can you still see real-life flights as you fly? At the moment, Dwayne, what seems to be happening is live traffic data is struggling to download in the same way that terrain data is. So you do see stuff, but not a lot right now. And I've not seen any cruise ships. I think they turned off shipping data. And assistant says you can turn down the turbulence. Do you know what? I've got turbulence on realistic, but it doesn't feel like it is. Oh, is it under flight model? Flight model modern. This is here. So turbulence is on realistic. Turbulence is simulated with accurate intensity for the current altitude, weather, and environment. If set to medium or low, real-world turbulences are reduced and the wind direction and speed becomes more stable. Thermals will still be present, but also more consistent. So I don't know, like, what do you fly it on? Like, I want realism, but I don't feel like we've got realism. I feel like we've got it a bit overcooked. Having said that, it seems to have calmed down now. I think it was that area. It seems to be a little bit better. Yeah, I think you're right, Shooter. I think the thermals are too strong. I think they're overdone. I feel the same way. Got yours set on a toggle. Ordered your big mug yesterday, same as you have. I hope it doesn't get mugged on the way here, Brylar. Let us know when you get it, what you think. I think you'll definitely enjoy it. Yours was awful last night, almost impossible to land. On short final, you definitely notice it a lot in a plane like this. No, Tudor. Last night it was on a 172, 15 degrees nose down, throttle idle, and was climbing at 1,500 feet per minute. That's some thermal. Would I rather thermals be too much or turned down? I'd rather them be realistic, but if you're in a glider, you need the thermals. I'm using heading mode. I can't use nav mode because well, I could use nav mode, but the GPS is over there somewhere, the track. Grumpy, we were laughing at it earlier, mate. It's unbelievable. Just wow. It's our favourite night. I've got a cable that you can plug in. Huh? A cable with a HDMI cable on it. Well, if he hasn't, I've got one. No, Nathan. How do you turn the box off? On that white button there. It's what it's mapped to. If you've got an alpha. It's something like toggle something visibility. What's the big mug, Matt PD? If I had one to show you, I'd let you see it. Not sure what you're saying. Okay. What? Ideally, yeah. I don't think it would, Black Rebel. I think what it's counting is us getting there and landing. Does Flight Sim ever have any force feedback on the yoke? I don't know if Flight Sim generates that data. There is a company that makes a force feedback yoke. It's very expensive. But I don't know if they take the sim data and generate the force feedback, or whether the sim generates it. I don't know. 5 gifted subs from Mac Dean. How do we say this? Mac Dean Royale, I think that's how you say that. Guys, if you just got gifted a sub on Twitch, please give them a thank you. And thank you for the squirrel gifts. Refresh your page and you'll have no more ads on Twitch for a month. Enjoy the emotes, and you've also got access to our Discord server if you want to. I believe that if you program the GPS to go to direct, it will follow the path the gates are on. From here, yeah, it would do. Yeah, it would do. Don't know what it's got punched in. Yeah, it doesn't have an approach punched in. What's the name of the airport we're going to? That's the problem. Cool. Right, this is the mug we were talking about, in case you've not seen it. This is the Squirrel TV official 2-tone mug in the 15-ounce size. You see, I've got quite a big hand, and it's a lovely mug. 15 ounces. It's black on the inside, white on the outside, dishwasher safe, etc. It's a fantastic mug. It's on the store if you want to get it. How many mil? 452, I think it was. Something like that. But it's in the store if you want it. EDTL. Get rid of this yoke. It's not very convenient. Why I chose black? Because it looks amazing. Is on the rod coming out of the dash. Ah. Yeah. Well, there it is. You have to click the base though, apparently. EDTO Offenburg. There we go. And now we're going to nav mode. Keep that zoomed out so we can see when we're approaching. Certainly makes you fly before you can get your big licenses. Time messaged me and said your game audio is a bit hot, but he's too scared to tell you. Ask Ty if that's okay, pups. Or is that too cold? That's better. Okay. Right, if we put the main mix there, maybe that's fine. Audio was perfect before. Mm-hmm. It's too quiet now. Yeah, yeah. Well, you can blame Ty for that now. You see, what we're saying is Ty doesn't like the sound of a Cessna 172 engine. He wants it dialed down. My engine's on, Beaker, it's an EV. Say what you used to be able to do. Oh, you can't on this. I think it might have been on the thingy one. You can click on your headphones and it puts your headphones on and then it muffles the sound. I'll tell you what I was going to try. I was going to try and see if the that mod worked. You know, the one that removes the stupid... Every time you move your mouse, this comes. It muffles the sound is what I said. It's Eric. Hello, Eric. There's a lot of trees here. My word. There's a setting for headphone mode. You can select headphone simulation in settings. Oh, is that what that was? Does it track all your flights? I actually don't know. I don't think so, but I don't know. I think it tracks the amount of time you've flown, but not how many flights you've flown. Tree coverage seems a little overdone on seasonal. Don't know, I mean... I don't know this area. It might be a massive forest. Yes, I remember doing a video with Jeff. That was a virtual fly in Barcelona. There is a logbook that tracks it. There you go. Can we turn up the volume a bit? I can't hear the plane at all. I like the engine sound. I mean, you know, for every person that wants it louder, there's a person that wants it quieter. It's not possible to win that battle. From what I can see, engine audio is on minus 25 decibels. That's it's pretty okay, I think. Can we turn up the engine volume to 100 and your voice to 2, says Aviation World. Right, 34 nautical. The destination. From the main menu, click on your name, you'll see logbook. Cool. I'm interested in beginning flying in flights in 2024. It seems expensive to pay for a setup. Do you have any recommendations on fairly cheap beginner equipment? Yes, Usama. If you run the !scan command, that will take you to a landing page at Scan that I've helped to build in association with Scan. And on there you'll see 3 computers which have been spec'd up for Flight Simulator, and you'll also see 3 categories of peripherals. Underneath you'll have a budget, a GA and an airliner. Click on the budget one. Yeah, click on the budget category. It will then show you a bunch of flight simulator products that you can buy from Scan that are effectively under £100 but pretty decent for what they do. That's where I'd recommend you start. They're all for PC though. If you want Xbox compatibility, then you'll need to look at them. One or two of them might be Xbox compatible. Most have just been geared for PC. I've not seen any animals yet. I've not seen any fauna. Some people have reported cows. I've not seen any. T16,000 is a clutch budget purchase. Black Friday next week, Ty. You know, might be cheap. To Scan ship worldwide. Well, you don't have to buy it from Scan. I mean, if you're in the UK, it makes a lot of sense. If you live in a different country, then, you know, you're probably better off finding something more local, aren't you? But the point is that it lists out some recommended products for you. Decritter, you can ask, mate, but I reserve the right not to answer. You know? There's no harm in asking me. Am I using a VPN fly drive? Currently, yes, I'm VPN'd over to East Coast America. Because I figured that by around about now, because I'm streaming at 5 PM UK time, I figured that the UK will be getting home from work and start logging into Flight Simulator and the servers would start to melt. So I thought, well, if I go to the East Coast of the US, maybe I'll be able to get to the end of the stream without any problems. But we'll see. Yes, you're right, Andy. The A2A plane used to allow that. You are right. A2A Cessna 172 was the one that had clickable headphones. Do I drive? Yes, I drive. Of course I drive. What's the first pay-work aircraft you recommend someone should get? That question is way too generic. What kind of planes are you wanting to fly? No, Crasher, no. Shockingly, the UK servers have gone into meltdown in the last hour, Jack Fox. Well, that's the second thing I predicted correctly this week. The first one being that Tuesday launch day would be an absolute mess. I predicted that one. And I predicted that UK servers would melt down when everybody got home from work. Even the 2020 servers are messed up. That's pretty cool. I bet you they've turned a bunch of 2020 servers off and respec'd them for 24 and brought them online. I bet that's what they've done. Reallocated resources. Nathan, I just answered your question. When you say private payware, what do you mean? Harry, I don't think Steam's got anything to do with it. Steam is just a shell for Flight Sim. It'll download the client from Microsoft servers. I don't have any plans for Metro, no. I'm not saying I won't play it. I heard long controls say if you're in, if you're on, log on. If you're on, don't log off. Lol. Uh-oh. Low fuel. That's not good. How much fuel did it give me? Fuel flow. We got loads of... Oh, hang on. Why is it on one tank, you stupid thing? I didn't touch that. And I don't have a button map for it. Which more or less means it's starting me on the left tank. 23 nautical. It's over there somewhere. Any more Planet Coaster content in the pipeline? I don't know. Flight Sim is going to consume me for a while, I think. First payware business jets you recommend? Business jet? Probably a Phoenix. Get the Phoenix is good. What's up with the turbulence? Yes! Exactly. What is up with the turbulence? What location did I choose for career mode? MUMR, which is Moron Airport in Cuba. Did I fully stop doing iRacing? I haven't done iRacing for probably knocking on for a year and a half or something. I'm not currently flying IRL now. I haven't played X-Plane for quite a while, Nathan. Is your avionics master switch working on 172? I believe it was working, yes. Yeah, I'm sure I went through all the mappings and it definitely had it on the avionics master. I mean, what you should probably do is just go into your settings, do scan by control and then just press it. And if it comes up correctly mapped, which it did for me, that means the 172 is bugged for you, not... Unless it's this, unless your actual alpha's broken. New stream HUD layout, Apex. Changed it a few weeks ago. Do you have any plans to try to fly from A to B in 17 hours straight? Is that a challenge you could handle? Wait, what? What's the challenge? Nate Staffen. I'm confused. Do you mean autopilot fly, or do you mean hand fly for 17 hours? What's the actual challenge, though? Interesting. It's when did Control 1 turn off your autopilot? Do I think €100 is a good price for pay-war aircraft? The market would say no, because you can get a Phoenix for like £50. I think PMDG comes in a little bit more, but 100 sounds over the current market price. There's some kind of racetrack thing down there. Yeah, I've not played it in a while, Apex. I've no intention of playing it at the moment. Ultimately, it doesn't matter what you charge for your pay-war aircraft. The market will decide if it's willing to pay for it. So asking me if I think something is too high priced, kind of irrelevant, because if more people do, then it won't sell, will it? And they'll have to drop the price. I mean, look at DCS modules. DCS modules generally come out at like $70, $80, but they're pre-purchase discounted, and DCS always has a sale, so you can generally get them, depending on how old they are, $50, $40 sometimes. Right, I need to think about landing. It's going to be over here somewhere. Hot start challenge $650 for X-Plane is $124. Ty flies X-Plane. Ty, have you got the hot start challenge $650? And if not, would you drop $124 on one? I have it, but only because someone gave it to me. Okay, so the second question is, would you drop $124 on it? Like, having flown it, in your opinion, is it worth $124? I wouldn't buy it personally, but I do think it's worth the price of admission. Right, there you go. There's your answer. It's not an airplane, it's a whole physics engine in my opinion. Blimey. Prefer the Arabesque Phenom, much cheaper and less fiddly. I think we're having some problems now. Downloading stuff.
Tower Cessna Delta. Uniform Charlie Echo Sierra 11 miles north, 3,000 feet to land.
Keep it classy, please, Brandon.
Cessna Delta. Uniform Charlie Echo Sierra Tower Airport is currently IFR. Request denied.
What? What the heck? This is a career mission, and I've just been denied. I don't even have an IFR license in career mode. What? So what are we supposed to do now? Mission steps, descend. Oh my word. Is it because you're too far? I don't know. It told me to contact them. I have no idea. It seems to think that they're IFR only down there because of the weather. And my request denied because I'm VFR. It's a bug. Yesterday I did a mission where ATC was giving me denied. I just landed and got mission success. Genius. Amazing. Squirrel blaming the game, but maybe it's his fault. Okay, Nathan, explain to me why it's my fault. Explain to me what I've done wrong. I'm all ears, mate. Just started your company. Nice. Yeah, I turned on clouds. And we've made sure that we've done all the little steps as well. Try and maximize maximize our XP and credits. We'll see what happens. Got any issues? The settings not saving once you exit the sim? Not had that, Chris, no. You didn't offer to give ATC a squirrel mug. Is it working better, Vos? It has been. I think the servers are starting to get hammered again now, though, as the evening comes in. I just tried US West and it crashed and closed the game. RIP. Actually, don't see the airfield yet. Supposed to be dead ahead of us. Is that it? Crikey. There you go. This is it here. I've tried contacting ATC again, but it's not having it. Yeah, I don't know. If I press... What was that key? Backspace. Communication. Tower is currently... Request flight fallen. I can't do any of that. I just don't have any options to do anything. It's crazy. Who knows? Anyway, let's get on the ground. Do you know, I might actually turn that turbulence down just because it is way overcooked. Well, it reckons the airport's in IFR, and it clearly isn't. See, right now, I can't get a landing clearance. God, the wind shear is real. This is crazy. It's almost like the weather here is really bad. The ATC knows the weather's really bad, but we're in career mode, so it's kind of overridden some weather. That's what it feels like. Yeah, 2 bites of that cherry. But if you look at the windsock, it's just doing nothing at all. The windsock is like, meh. This is where I get penalised again.
Ground Cessna Delta. Uniform Charlie Echo Sierra request taxi to parking.
Amphibious plane, though.
Uniform Charlie Echo Sierra taxi to general aviation parking.
That coach is getting some fuel. I've still not moved.
Taxiing to general aviation parking using taxiway Alpha Cessna, Charlie Echo Sierra.
That coach has just parked inside the fuel tank. Had a sightseeing mission ruined by what can be described as a hurricane. Dude, I don't know if it's the clouds or just the simulation setting for turbulence. But that was just a night. You could see the wind shear then. My airspeed was all over the place.
Welcome to Offenburg. Hope this trip was a walk in the park. Anyway, I appreciate your professionalism. My 172 Skyhawks found me here, and I thank you for that.
I can't deal with this text-to-speech thing. Right, Jensen. Oh my god. 70% landing smoothness. That's because I did a double touchdown. No S tier for Jensen this time. Most important mistakes, overflying the airport. Okay. Welcome to Offenburg. I hope you had a great flight. Okay, 35k income. Employer took 34. Reputation bonus 50 credits. No skip bonus 2,000. That is actually insanity. I can't even tell you how ridiculous that is. So, here's the deal, right? You do a job, it costs 35 grand. It takes you a literal 45 minutes to fly. Okay? The employer then takes well over 90% of your money. If you had bad weather turned on, you get a little bonus of about 1%. However, at the start of the when you're getting into the plane, if you walk over and remove the wheel chock, the pitot tube cover, the engine cover, and the static port cover, if you click on those 4 things at the start, which takes you about 30 seconds, you will get a bonus of 2,340 credits, which is completely disproportionate. Normally, I would have got 700 credits for flying for 45 minutes, but I get 2,300 for clicking 4 things at the beginning. That is terrible game design, in my opinion. And here's the other thing, right? I just flew for what? That flight took us nearly an hour. And I got 3,100 credits. But most of it came from that bonus. Which means I could probably do a short flight, not skip the beginning, and get almost as much money in half the time. I think the no skip bonus means any skip during the mission. What skip? I didn't get a skip. I don't know, Euclid. It doesn't break. It just says no skip bonus. And I didn't skip anything. So I didn't skip. Somebody said to me at the beginning of the flight, if you do the pre-flight checks and you don't skip them, you get way more money. They were getting 3k and I was getting like 600. And they're correct. It was given the option to skip the flying part as well. So how much of that is wrapped up in this compared to the pre-flight checks? How much of that is wrapped up in there? I'm just going off my previous flights. If you saw the previous flight, I got hardly any money. I got 600 credits. And somebody said I did the same mission and got 3,000 by doing the pre-flight check. So I don't know. I didn't skip last flight. The last flight took me half an hour, and I still only got 600 credits. Right now, it's not looking... We'll see. Ooh, reputation. Plus 5% bonus for each mission now. Yeah, but Shull, come on, mate. It's not making me... It's not enforcing any of the lights. I could take off with no lights on, and I wouldn't get penalised. So if you want to talk about going through a plain checklist, then you need to have your lights on, and that needs to be enforced. So what you're saying doesn't make much sense to me. Either the pre-flight matters, in which case all the lights matter as well, or they don't. But you shouldn't get an insane amount of bonus just for doing it. It's literally click 4 things. I don't know why you would skip a flight on a flight sim. That blows my mind as well. I've had people coming in saying, is there any way to speed up the flight? Like, why did you buy this simulator? Level 11. Right, let's see what we've got unlocked. We've now got skydive aviation. I could take a Skyhawk up and do some skydiving. So, in the skydive missions, if we jump out as well, does that count? It's a pity I can't take the turboprop yet. 2.8 Caravan would be fun. Skydive was boring. Why? It's not boring if you jump out as well. It's exciting. We've got 4,500 credits. In theory, we could do a rotor license for 3.5. Or we keep our money and try and get the high performance endorsement for 5k. I think I'll try and get this first. I want to get cargo. Where's cargo? We're not far off cargo. Right, I need to do 1 more smooth landing and then 2 more flights. Yeah, so 2 more flights would do this. 2 more flights. We unlock the high performance and then we try to do high performance cargo missions. Skydive has a time-based requirement that's really hard to meet with the 172. Yeah, true. I did wonder why it's letting you do skydiving in 172. I'm going to play Euro Truck again sometime. I might play... There's a Grease DLC coming out soon. I might play it for that. Gears up for water landings. Difficulty level 2. Oh, skydiving off the coast of France or Spain. Right. I need to do 2 more missions. Let me have a look what else we've got going on. What's all this? Aerial construction. Ericsson Incorporated S64 Sky Crane. No, that would be so much fun. Agricultural splaying. Difficulty 5 stars in the air track. Why is it even showing me this? I'm miles away from being able to do this. Passenger transport. Yeah. Okay. Oh, Japan. Cargo transport medium. Cessna 28. We'll be able to do that soon. And I reckon we'll get some good money. It's Japan, though. It'll be dark. Aerial firefighting. Extended attack. Difficulty 5. You need to complete all the specialist prerequisites first. This is weird. They should be filtered out. There's no filter that turns off stuff I can't do yet. Runways, nav aids. Nope. Mission list. That pays 3,003. 2 hours? What? I ain't got 2 hours. 45 minutes for 2.5 grand. That sounds better. Well, we'll do that then. 45 minutes for 2.5 grand. You can earn 20 or 30k a short flights if you save up and unlock companies. When you say unlock companies, what do you mean? The gold missions are guaranteed story missions. Wait, there's a story? In the hangar, there is a company... Oh, you mean where you start your own company, you mean? Gotcha. But then you've got to pay for refueling and repair costs and maintenance, right? How much do you need to start your company then? Track R5 Pro, I think, bipolar. Yeah, I know you can start your own company, but how much do you need for that? About 25k. Jeez. That might take a while. As long as Lydia's stealing my money. You started yours for 10k? Wait, hang on a minute. Surely you don't need to buy a plane retry, Bob. Surely you can lease one. 1,000 for the company and 24 for a used Cessna. Oh, man. Why can't you lease a plane? Well, I need to do two flights to get a cargo license, or we can save up for a company license. You can still do missions as a freelancer. What? Like, what do we usually do? Look at last order, about 18 or something, wasn't it? I looked last night, I saw an option for leasing. Cargo missions are long, but I've earned 6 or 7k on those. So, yeah, so here's the thing, right? If we're grinding right now and getting paid about 3k, we can keep doing that until we've got 25, or we can use 5k to get the cargo license, and then we're earning 6 or 7k per mission. So you'd then be at 25k fairly quickly. That's what I'm wondering. Oh, that weather looks interesting. Yeah, so don't skip this bit because you get paid good money for this. 1, 2, 3, crouch, 4. Don't skip that.
Hi, it's Luis, the maintenance manager. Thanks for taking care of this ferry flight. Today's job involves getting this 172 Skyhawk to Sancti
Press C
Spiritus
to crouch.
as soon as possible. The owner's aircraft was in for maintenance, and now that it's fixed, she wants it flown back. Madame Delgado, the owner, is expecting you at the destination on time.
Why is there no flight
Have
plan
a
here?
safe trip.
Right, so I'm going to try flight interface. No. We're going to put this on... Oh, you can't change it when you're in flight. No, you scumbag. Okay. Good call, dude. Look at that. Fuel tanks. Why does it set the left fuel tank at the start of the flight? That's nuts. It's almost like it's doing it to catch you out. Okay, that's all good. So, I'm curious as to why the flight plan is in here, but not loaded into here this time. Oh, it is. It just hadn't recentered it. Interesting. Whoa, we're going over the water. Hello. So, climbing left turn. I have no idea about altitude. We are currently almost at sea level. So, I don't know. Let's aim for like 2,500 and go from there. I always told to leave the tank on left or right when parked to prevent gas from flowing to the other side. Okay. Weird. So if you pull that, it wouldn't... I don't know. Who knows? Fair enough. Is there an auto barrow in this game?
Mike
Press the common key.
Echo Lima Traffic Cessna Charlie Uniform.
It's mapped to comma.
1751 is taxiing to runway 8.
So if you go to controls, keyboard, and search, and press the comma key. No, wait a second. See, set altimeter is by default mapped to comma. It used to be the B key. The other thing you can do is change that to be 2024 transversal. And then... oh, even that's not showing. It used to be that. Maybe it was on this one then. Ah, it might have been on this one. 1 second. 2024 planes, 2020 planes. Yeah, see, there you go. So if you want it to work like 2020, you just flick it back to that. But it's the comma key. It's just different.
Mike Uniform Echo Lima Traffic Cessna Charlie Uniform. Alpha 1751 taking off runway 8 departure to the west.
Yeah, I'm based out of Moran Airport. How do you bind the avionics switches on the Alpha? I was having issues. They work out the box. They, like, the defaults are pretty decent. If you look at the mappings, do scan, press it, and see what it says. See what it's currently mapped to. What is required to unlock the companies? XP and about 25k. Worst Radio, thank you for subbing with Prime. Welcome. And we're up. Right, get rid of that nonsense. Oh, I see rain over there. Ah, itchy ear, sorry. Where's radio? Thank you. Ooh, there's some spicy weather. This may not be VFR. Bluesman, thank you for subbing with Prime. Welcome. How am I liking career mode? It's a lot of fun. It's definitely got some interesting bugs, shall we say. You know what? I think we might have to stay at 2K. Heading. Where are you going? Ugh. It does look a bit... Oh, look at those God rays. That looks amazing. Ah, it's beautiful. Wonder if there's no skip bonus scales with distance. Unknown. Right, 2,000 feet. We're trying to capture the flight path. We'll be clipping over the sea there. Let's get that out of the way. It does run super well, and it does look fantastic, I agree. Like, visually, you can't knock it. It's just next gen. Jack Sutton, thank you for 9 months, by the way. Sea Swirl, thank you also for subbing with Prime 28 minutes ago. Relly, I think I did your 86 months. Haybot with 11, and Ivan with 75 months. If you told me over 6 years ago I'd still be subbed for this long, and well deserved, I might have believed you. It's my pleasure to watch your streams after school and these days after work. That's nuts, Ivan. Thank you, mate. It's crazy, like, over the years, people transition from, like, school to work and, you know, uni to jobs. All kinds of crazy stuff. I didn't think I'd ever seen your face. What a handsome beard. Oh, well, thank you. If I could reach my comb, I would comb it for you. Why have we just blasted all the way through Wait a minute, what? This flight... Okay, that's different to that one. That's why I didn't intercept. I was going off this one. That's nuts. Okay, we'll fly this one. Doesn't matter. That one's got the departure in it, that's why. This one doesn't. You're in a flight right now over Athens. The Acropolis has no collision with the train is at the wrong altitude. Whoops. Graphically, what's the difference between MS Flight Sim 2020 and this? It's just higher fidelity, better performance is the main graphics difference, I think. And also, in areas like, say, the Grand Canyon, they've just got insane amounts of tessellation detail. Not a lot for the Bravo Kryptonics, not a lot. Just most of the throttle axes, just getting them set up how you want. Back to work 4 hours until vacation. Wait, are you off tomorrow, Ty? Scumbag. Is it me? Or are these lights not coming on? How do you get the lighting on the... I thought that was the glare shield. All these lights are maxed out, and yet I don't see any lighting. Do you use the Stream Decks for sim functions? Yes. Quite a bit, actually. A lot of these buttons I haven't mapped for 2024, but normally I have them for all my different cameras. On this side, I tend to do overlays and stuff. You know what? You're right. None of the lights are on. The landing light is on. That works. Taxi light works, but the nav lights and strobes don't work. There's a whole bunch of lights not working right now. Memory usage, Gary. A lot. It tends to cache a lot. So if I... On my task manager, for example, I'm using 30 gigabytes of RAM, but most of that is cached. In terms of what Flight Sim is using, it's using 9.6 gigabytes of RAM. Don't know what it's doing for VRAM, but it's using 9.6 gig of RAM. The NVIDIA GPU is on 10 gig of 24. Sim stability, Joe. I've not really had it crash on me yet. Those clouds are just an absolute menace. Look at them. Yeah, my nav lights are on. All my lights are on. Look. This works. The strobe lights are on. Beacon lights on. The nav lights on. The only ones that's visible outside of these two. And inside, none of these are lighting up the panel. So if you flew this at night, good luck. Nothing up here, is there? Oh god, that was actually on. So that floodlight is on maximum. Blimey. What about my light? The head torch works, but it's not very bright. Weather is so good. Well, the thing is, Carlos, is you're going to get a bottleneck somewhere no matter what. If you've got a CPU bottleneck, there's nothing you can do. If you've got a GPU bottleneck, then you can dial your graphics settings down. But at some point, you're going to dial them down, and then you're going to hit the CPU bottleneck. Assuming, of course, you've got, you know, fast RAM and etc. I don't know. Matt PD, I've not tried it. Do you know if raising the rolling cache helps? I put mine on 500 gig. I don't know if it's helped or not. Some people think that's way too much. It may well be true. This sea is beautiful. Look at that. You want to get the waves if it's windy, Denology. If you crank the wind up, you start to see the waves getting generated. You don't just automatically get waves. Got 9,000 credits, of which 8,000 is a no-skip bonus. Now tell me, Retry Bob, is that broken or is that not broken? How long was your flight? What am I using for pedals? Thrustmaster TPR. My MFGs don't work anymore. One of the sensors is broken. I've emailed MFG and submitted a ticket and they've just ignored me. So I'm not impressed with MFG. Even though I love their rudder pedals, their support has been terrible. They've just not even replied to me. The TPRs are good. Bit overpriced in my opinion. The Charlies won't fit on my rig, so we'll see. Yeah, I don't know if the rolling cache is bugged. It doesn't show you what it's doing with it. But I think I set the cache really high, spawned in at an airport, it loaded all the data, I spawned in later, and it was trying to download the data again, I think. So I don't know if it's caching properly. Oh yeah, the TPRs are very pricey. They're overpriced in my opinion. You look at the new Whirlpool yokes coming out next year. Oh, Derek, what new yoke are they bringing out? Supercore, from what I understand, it costs like 1,000 to get your set up a company, but 24,000 to buy a used Cessna. Exactly, Harry. Exactly that. The whole point of the cache is to take the load off the servers and stop us from having to wait to download stuff. That's the whole point of the cache. Maybe that's why all their servers are dying, because the cache is actually broken on the client. Maybe that's why. Everybody's just downloading everything all the time because nobody's caching. Try and get there a bit quicker. Can you clear the GUI from the screen? What, this one? Or this stuff? Yeah, you can remove these elements. You don't want them. They're on by default, but you can turn them off totally. And so I probably should turn them off. I don't usually have them on when I'm in the cockpit. Well done, Cameron. I killed quite a few. Verpa yokes are on Kickstarter. Not sure I can post a link. Let me find it. Why are they doing it on Kickstarter? That it? That one? Whirlpool controls advanced flight yoke. Campaign ended. This is no longer open. Jeez, 355 quid, and that doesn't include import taxes and delivery. 20% discount. Estimated delivery May 25. Blimey. Bit pricey, aren't they? Not sure I like the style of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Inside you'll find our next generation yoke access mechanism. No bungee cords to be found here. Oh, I think they're having a go at somebody. Virtual Fly uses bungee cords. Advanced flight yoke. I mean, contactless sensors. Interchangeable control panels, that's a new one. Looks more suited to bike riding games. Control lever plates, multi-position gear lever. Multi-position? Push button. So you can basically have that panel and attach it there. So you can get yourself a gear panel. Or you could have an exterior lighting panel. And on the right, you could have an engine control panel. Oh, I see. So it's a bit like a it's a bit like a racing wheel. You buy the wheelbase and then the separate thing to go on it. I don't like that at all. I just don't like that. It's a team of design engineers. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's closed anyway, but I'm not blown away by it. And to be honest, I quite like this yoke. I've been checking on them in about a year. Looks promising. Do I have the yaw damper on? On a Cessna 172? The honeycomb has a nice feel rotationally, but when you push it in and out, it's very aggressive. Never tried the Turtle Beach yoke. I was a bit gutted when they revised the alpha to the spring ignition. Oh, what you mean? Did they make that a spring one? I think the honeycomb manufacturing problems were to do with the rudder pedals, not the Alpha and Bravo bipolar. I'll rate the Turtle Beach stuff. I have the controller. Interesting. Oh, the MFG crosswind pedals, high def, are superb. But like I say, I used to hold them in high estimation, but now they're not replying to my emails, not so much. No, these LEDs are not coming on currently. In 2024. To be honest, I don't notice them that much. The only ones I notice mainly are the landing gear. You can't really read them. I honestly think this was a stupid design decision by Bravo, for the Bravo, because when you've got these levers in a forward position, which you do when you're flying, you can't see anything down here. It'd have been better putting these up there and putting all the buttons down here or something. Seems to be a lot of issues with the A320neo. Won't move on the ground full throttle. I didn't try the Neo, I tried the 737 MAX and that was working. How many nauticals? Quite a few, but we've only got 29 left, I think. 29 left at the moment. 15 minutes ETE. Terrain has changed quite a bit. There's a lot of trees here. Unless you mount the Bravo at a slight downward angle, but even then it's hard to see, and those switches in front of the handles are kind of hard to hit when they're forward. Yep. Yep, you can basically grab hold of them and put your fist forward and it might knock those buttons. I think they should have put stuff on top, up here. You know, where you could see it. Maybe have like the display here that tilts. Can't see it properly. Like the display along the top though would have been better. When you have to take off in the MAX on the training flight, flaps are usually like 5 degrees of flaps works for takeoff. Why aren't you flying on the line? Oh, because we are flying on the line. This line. We're not flying on that line because that one had a departure in. So its line is slightly over to the right, whereas this was a straight out line. We've still got crazy wind. The amount of turbulence in the wind in every flight in different parts of the world, something isn't right. I think there's too much real world turbulence going on, like the background turbulence is wrong. Yeah, the AFC bridge, Bill Mobo, I do have installed. Let me just double check. Actually, no, it's not installed on my 2024. Is the AFC bridge compatible with 2024? I've not tried loading it. You can do that, Jake, but I didn't. It's not worth it. Messed with the wind yesterday. We're on live weather, I believe. Oh, the weather's turned off. The career mode disables the weather. Interesting. If no idea. Fair enough. I could try it next time we restart, but I don't want to restart unless I have to. It disables pause. Interesting. Looks like career mode locks a few things down then. This weather has changed massively. Like, we was over there and it was just like that. It was just massively overcast, and now we're just in this glorious sunshine. Does anyone else have the error with the lack of sound aircraft? Yeah, some of the planes I had no sound. There was one of the helicopters. Which one was it? One of the helicopters was completely silent. What on earth is this approach? So it wants us to overfly the field, then teardrop around, come back for a downwind leg, and then in. I wonder if this thing's got any procedures for arrival. Visual. I guess not then. Yeah, it doesn't, unfortunately. "10 minutes till we arrive, apparently." Let's reinstall the game to get sound back. Wow. We are flying VFR, but that doesn't mean that you wouldn't fly an approach of some description. Nearly Drew. Even on your VFR, you'll often do like a standard join or whatever. It's not an IFR arrival or approach or anything, but it's a procedure that you have to follow. What's up with the little donut on the Garmin? I had that too. I don't know. I haven't tried it, Matt. Not sure about G1000. The G3X needs a GTX navigator connected for complex approaches. Which plane has got that on? TBM? The TBM had a Garmin... Was it a 3X? I can't remember. I so want to upgrade and get a better plane. Where we're flying to? We're flying to... Mike Uniform Sierra Sierra. I do wonder if it cares if we fly that or not. Like, if I was to just bank left and just go straight in, would it actually dock me any XP or points? Does it care if I fly that? It does not. I didn't think it would. What's in the Derail Valley update, Kirby? Jimerick, thank you for 75 months. USMC Vet, thank you for 86. Ratboy, thank you for 15. And Fox Molder, thank you for 68. I might just do that, Gendo. This thing's going to be almost at sea level. If I go down to 1,000 feet, fly over, turn left, and just join in. You can change the approach on the tablet by holding tab before the mission. Yeah, I don't care about that. But yeah, it's good to know. I think I'm going to dial down this turbulence. It's just absurd. I can't do it yet. I think it's because I'm in Korea. There is a stick to flight plan thing with a percentage. Yeah, but if I've flown 98% of the flight to plan and then I just change the last bit, it's going to be like 1%. 4 new locations. Ooh. As in locations on the map or 4 new maps? 16 new cargo types, numerous new items, gadgets and installation process. Restoration of abandoned museum locomotives, new shop and shed looks. Nice. 4 new locations though, what does that mean? First cup of tea in the new squirrel mug, highly recommend. Thank you, Andrew. That's the mug he's referring to. Did you find, Andrew, that 15 ounce is just the right size cup of tea? Because I did. It means it feels like a normal cup of tea isn't enough now, you know? I don't know, a new update was 5 minutes ago. What, for the derail? Yeah, but the Sports Direct mug is too big. That's the point, Trippy. I find that that's just the right amount of tea. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Andrew. Oh, 1 tea bag's enough, PC Tech. Definitely. For Yorkshire tea, anyway. Proper tea. Bit swampy around here. I tell you what, if you were here and you got an engine failure, you might be swimming with the crocodiles. Twinings don't make a cup of tea like Yorkshire tea. A little bit too bitter in taste, the Twinings. They make nice herbal teas though. Tetley's rubbish, and Tetley's about to go bust. Their tea's so bad that they've got massive debts, and they're going to go into administration soon. PG Tips is okay, but oh, he's come back. No, it's fine. I thought it was broken. There we go. Final working solution to get the Bravo lights. Can you just tell me what it is, Bill? Is it just copy the folder over? Is it copy over the AFC bridge? Does that work? Or do I have to do something else? Yorkshire Gold? Nah, it's pointless. We're about to overfly the field. I can't even see it yet. It must be buried in these trees. You doing your maths exam in the morning, RB? Good luck, dude. Something here, maybe. I went for a refund of my 2024 last night. I had premium deluxe, so they refunded me for premium and deluxe content. Okay. Yeah, its evidence is broken. Totally. What on earth is this field? Is this it?
Mike Uniform, Sierra Traffic Cessna, Charlie Uniform. Alpha 17512 miles, southeast 1000
Now it's measuring my landing lights.
Runway 0 tree.
Oh my god, that's it. Follow traffic pattern, fly to final. It's actually telling me to follow the traffic pattern right now. Oh, this weather's closing in. This stuff is looking okay. I think they're still pretty wrecked. I am Vrome, yes. Is it going to pick up on the fact that I'm on final shortly? There we go.
500.
Mike Uniform, Sierra Sierra Traffic Cessna, Charlie Uniform. Alpha 1751 is on final runway 0 tree to land.
0 tree. There's hardly 0 trees around. What is that GPS doing at the top? At least we're stopping up here. That's good. Now to taxi.
Mike Uniform, Sierra Sierra Traffic Cessna, Charlie Uniform. Alpha 1751 is taxiing to parking.
Okay, it's over there. Do we just go over the grass or do we go around the back? Very busy. What the? That was weird.
Welcome to Sancti Spiritus. I'm Madame Delgado.
It's easy for her to say.
I hope the maintenance went smoothly and that you took good care of my plane. I was counting down the days to get it back.
Yeah, now to say how much money we lost. Drunken Turtle, thank you for subbing with Prime. Oh, it's not so bad. 91.92. Dude, 92% landing smoothness. Could I have buttered that anymore? That's a complete joke. Landing lights on night landing. That was not a night landing. What's this nonsense? I just got penalised. I didn't get an S tier because apparently I needed my landing lights on a night landing in the middle of the day. The sun was in the sky. That's not what it's saying, Kevin. It's saying landing on a night landing. Solution Bravo Lights is posted in the Aerosoft forum under the heading Lights Stop Working on My Honeycomb Bravo. Bill, if you want to give one of the mods the link. Okay, so no skip bonus 2,000. That netted us 3k. I believe when I chose this mission, it said 2,500, didn't it? Wow, that rep is going to take a while to get to A. I just went from a level 11 to level 14. That's some serious XP. Oh, the employer's raking it in. Right, first thing I'm going to do is see if I can change the... So this turbulence, I'm going to put this on medium. Actually, I'm going to put it on low. See what happens on low. Where is it you buy a company then? Not available. Why is companies not available? Do I need a certain specialization to get that? I need one more flight to get this. Oh my god, I have to do 5 skydive flights to get that one. Jeez. You need a certain amount of money. Well, somebody said you needed 25k. But it's not telling me what I need. Someone said there's another commercial license down the line. A certification or a specialization? Yep, that's exactly who it is. Indalo. I created my avatar to look like Jensen from NVIDIA. I did such a good job that you even recognized him. York said some things won't work until they fix cloud. 25k unlocks, just got it now. So the question now is, if I keep doing those missions, I get 3 grand a go. It's going to be like another 5 missions to get the 25k. Alternatively, I get that for 5 grand. Okay. And then in one more flight, I get that. Cargo transport light. Having said that, there's no point getting the other license because it doesn't have those planes. Apart from that one. That's the biggest you could do. With a high performance endorsement, I'd need to get the tail wheel as well to get that. So there's no point doing anything. I might as well just try that. The high performance doesn't unlock anything. Yeah, it unlocks the 208 Caravan. But this doesn't use the 208 Caravan. By the look of it. It took me a while, 10 hours so far today, but it crashed on 2.5 hour VIP mission. Oh my god. Expand your variety, you'll get paid more per mission. I'm not sure that's true at the moment. See, if I do skydiving, apparently it's quite hard to do in this because you can't climb quickly enough. Which you need to get that. You need a turbo engine rating to get this. And then you can do skydive missions. But I don't know how well they pay. But to get this, I'd have to drop 5 of my 7,400 on it. To get that. Well, turboprop's down here. You can't get turboprop until you've got high performance. Turboprop missions are better, they pay more, and are quicker since you move quicker. Yeah, it's down this way. Just finished skydiving mission with a Cessna 172. My ranking got penalised because I was too slow. It wanted me to climb 10,000 feet, but that takes forever in a Cessna. That, Supercora, is my point. That's what people were saying. That until you've got the high performance, it's not worth doing skydiving mission. Because you can't climb quickly enough. It's pretty good, Zintaus. But I think there's some balancing issues to be had here. It's an investment. You'll need endorsements before you buy your first company. I don't know about that. So here's the thing, right? If you save up to get 25k, then instead of getting paid 3,000 for a mission, we're going to get paid 30,000 for a mission, aren't we? Isn't that right? So you buy a company, buy a second-hand Cessna, and instead of Lydia taking 90% of the money, we're getting a lot more. But the hurdle is we need to get 25k. You need to pay for insurance, maintenance, fuel from all that. Yes, you do. Yes, you do, absolutely. But it won't be 90%, which is what we're losing right now. Long, small cargo missions pay well around 9,000, but don't skip and be perfect. Long, small cargo. I need to do another flight because I want to get these cargo and see how much they pay. If they're paying 9k, then that's going to be fine. So we're going to do another mission and see if we can just get the cargo thing. $30 minutes, 1,700. I'm just going to do that. It's a 30-minute flight. I just need to do one quick flight. Skydiving won't pay more in a Cessna 172 crasher because you can't climb quickly enough. Pattern entry. Change procedure. VFR pattern via... VFR pattern. Interesting. Hang on, we're coming in... Where are we landing? 07? Straight auto, left direct auto. I can't see people jumping out of a 172. I mean, a 172, you can, if you put fuel in it, you can barely load 3 people as passengers. They've got all their gear on, your weight and balance, it's just not powerful enough. You need a 182. These are so weird. Right down, right auto. Is that straight? Straight auto. So that now looks like that. Straight in. That's much better. Straight into 07. Let's go. Makes it even quicker. Exactly, there's not even enough room. There's no back door, like you can't just... Why are you? Unless the passenger jumps out front and then they push the seat forward and then you clamber through. It's just nuts. In skydiving, you have to call out 2 minutes before the jump. That's where the penalty comes from. Wagner, you can download my Track IR profiles. I'm not using the eye tracker at the moment. Oh, look. Mr. Squirrel brought me a cup of tea in the best mug in the world. Amazing. Wow, that's a livery. Yeah, I had a low bandwidth error on the last one as well. Still loads, unlike yesterday. Just need to be a little bit patient.
Ferry, it's Maria, the maintenance supervisor. Thanks for taking care of this ferry flight. Today's lucky bird heading to Moron Airport is this charming little 172 Skyhawk.
We're going to Moron Airport.
The owner had to get his aircraft repaired over there. Now that it's fixed, he needs someone to fly it back to him. He is already waiting for it. His name's Mr. Jorge Delgado.
Safe
flying, Captain.
His name's what?
Mike Uniform Lima Echo Traffic Cessna, Charlie Uniform. Alpha 1438 is taxiing to runway 8.
Alright, let's get this flight done. Okay. Interesting whole shot right there. Fuel tanks, thank you. Okay, why's my parking brake suddenly not releasing? It's weird. It's like the button mapping just stopped working. It's only a short flight.
Mike Uniform Lima Echo Traffic Cessna, Charlie Uniform. Alpha 1438 taking off runway 8 east departure.
Hit a jet is minus 1 million credits. What do you mean hit a jet? They're not clippable, so it's fine. Fly to Moron Airport, okay? You know, I put the turbulence on low and I'm beginning to wonder if it really... What is it doing? It's doing an interesting job of trying to find the GPS. What the oversteer is this? It's overcompensating. Doing a really bad job of finding this GPS line. There you go. It was like just doing this right over the line. Well, I've just turned turbulence down to low, and I feel like it's not made a huge difference. Which is interesting because that is... It must be turbulence, right? So if that's low, blimey. Why does the game GPS not line up with the plane's GPS? This is us following this GPS line, but this one had a departure procedure, which it didn't account for. So we're basically flying direct. So our GPS line's like that. Not like that. But it doesn't matter. We'll be there in 17 minutes. And then we should be able to take light cargo as a mission and take more money. Cruising at 26 RPM. Yeah, I want to get there quickly. We'll be fine. It's weird because this is clearly a cargo plane, but we're not allowed to fly it with cargo yet. We can relocate the plane, but not put something in the back of it. Not yet. Once we do this, we can. Just the fuel burn, Astro Steve. You'd normally go about 2400. With 35% fuel tank, I'm fairly certain I can get 15 minutes that way. You don't lean out at 2,000 feet. They even sometimes put the cruise tables on here. But 2,000 feet is basically sea level. You know what? I've not had one of these in ages. Jammy Dodger. When I was a kid, I used to eat this. I used to eat all the biscuit around the outside, and then I had just the middle bit left, which was the best bit. I've got a friend, Rizzy, who does the opposite. He eats all the middle bit of the pizza first, and then at the end, he'll finish the crust. And his theory is, you can enjoy the best bit first, and then if at the end he gets too full, he's only left the crust. Which I can see the logic in it. But genuinely, if I look at a pizza, I've got a good idea if I'm going to eat the whole thing before I even start it. So I've never really had that problem. Dad Gamer, thank you for 3 months. Still stuck at 97. No, you're not. Seriously. I suggest, sir, that you VPN to a different country. I reckon if you VPN to Australia, I'm not joking, VPN to Australia, kill your SIM, VPN to Australia, and then start it up, and I bet you get past that into character creation. Once you've done that, you can VPN back somewhere local. They did say yesterday that if you get at 97%, if you get over 90%, you get stuck. You're better off killing it. ENWQ, thank you for 5 months. Japan's working excellent for you in the UK. Basically, you want to be VPNing to a part of the world where everybody's asleep. Yeah, because if they're asleep, they're not playing flight sim. That's what you need to do. So right now, you're looking at Asia, Australia. I think more of the game needs to be stored locally. Well, they went for thin client T-bundles. And this is the... it's nice in theory, but in practice what you need is a hybrid. You need a good cache locally. Flight sim is sleep. Yeah, you got jobs in school and stuff. Yeah, I don't quite understand the plane thing, Joseph. They should just download and install that. Well, I guess the theory is, if they ship a flight sim product with like 100 planes, and people generally don't fly more than 20% of them regularly, what's the point in installing the rest? There is a rolling cache, Joseph, and in theory, that should do it. But first of all, we kind of suspect if the cache is working properly. And secondly, it doesn't seem to cache a lot of things. So from what I'm hearing, and this is not substantiated yet, it doesn't cache the trees, for example. It'll cache the terrain and the tessellation of the terrain, but not the trees, which is a bit weird, and not the buildings, which is even more weird. Like, I would have thought the buildings would be exactly what you want to be caching. Buildings don't tend to move. So, I don't know, we don't know how it's working technically, but we can observe and make some deductions. Astro Steve, you can get something for under 100 quid. Have a look at that scan link, click on budget, and have a look through the controls though. You can get something that you can just stick on your desk and it'll do throttle, stick, rudder for less than 100 quid. Could be what you need. More on airport, that's where we're based. More on airport. That's where Jensen has chosen to base. More on airport. MUMR. Yeah, I can't imagine that on Xbox WLRS. That would annoy me. Mark Sterling, thank you for 95. Doing all right, thank you, Mark. What are we looking at? 9 minutes, 18 miles, and we've only burnt 3% fuel in the last 10 minutes. That's fine. Yeah, that's the internet, Michael. You need to VPN to get it to work. I just unlocked live weather for career mode after doing my instrument and night currency certificate, which is very cool. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, Mike. So, you have to do your instrument and night rating to get live weather? Interesting. I mean, the instrument rating makes sense to get live weather for daytime, and then the nighttime rating would make sense to get live weather for nighttime. Why do you need to get both to get live weather? That's kind of weird. Let me know how you get on, Michael. Try VPNing over to Japan or somewhere like that. See how you get on. Do you know, my feet are still cold, even with two socks on. It's crazy. You can now reset career mode to select a new starting airport if you encounter freezing every time. You could do that anytime. Skylake, if you click on your avatar at the top, you can choose reset career. They're officially unlocked after the night certificate, so it could just be that. No, I think it's instrument. Because if you think about it, it does make sense. You need your instrument rating in order to be able to fly in non-VFR conditions. The only thing I question is the night rating. Vrome, that thing's not really chucking out any heat. I'm not joking, Vrome. Like, that is not warming the room up. So normally when I stream Vrome with that old PC, I have to put the air conditioning on to cool the room because it gets too hot. And now, my feet are freezing. I don't get it. I don't know if they'll do multiplayer for Career Joe Bob. I doubt it. They're not interested in creating a VA. They're trying to give you stuff to do in the sim. Oh, I mean, it is a lot colder outside. It is now 0 degrees in Chelmsford. But it is the coldest it's going to be. It's not going to get any colder, apparently. And then on Saturday, I heard we've got a lot of wind and rain coming in. And the temperature rockets up to 12 Celsius. I think there's a storm coming in, apparently. In the US, you can fly at night with just the PPL 90% of the time. When I talked to Ty about that, the night rating's built into the PPL, isn't it? Whereas in this country, it's not. Am I based in the UK? No, I'm based here. Born and based here. The field is down there. I think that's it there. Yeah, same at the moment, Ace Ridgy. Yeah. I can hardly feel my right foot, it's that cold. It's ridiculous. The reason it's rocking like that, Sorrowstone, is because the turbulence is a bit high at the moment. It's kind of getting chucked around a bit. It's not that UK servers are the worst, it's that UK servers are being battered by people who are trying to get into Flight Sim on the evening. The US servers are now starting to get battered in the East Coast. Later on, it'll be the West Coast. If you think about it, it makes sense. It's a Thursday. When people come back from work and school, they fire up their sim and try and get in. Yeah, well, Bluebird, I've put it on low. And I'm on low now. Oh, the weekend is going to be... I don't even know, Beaker. The weekend is going to be an absolute mess. Put us off course slightly and try and pick this thing up. I would have thought it would be telling us to contact field by now. There you go.
Mike Uniform, Mike Romeo Traffic Cessna, Charlie Uniform. Alpha 14385 miles, southwest 2,000 feet inbound to land runway 7.
You see, you know when we were on the previous airport landing and it said that we don't have, you're not allowed to land. And I think it was responding because it has live weather. And I reckon at that airport it was bad weather. But because we've not got the license for real weather, we're seeing a nicer weather when it's, you know, in the sim, that's what we're seeing. But the airport that responded had bad weather. Can confirm the instrument rating unlocks IRL weather and career. Is it me or is there a bunch of trees on approach? Yeah, I don't know what to do about this turbulence. I've tried dialing it down. It's just way too much.
500.
A bit excessive. It's crazy.
Mike Uniform, Mike Romeo Traffic Cessna, Charlie Uniform. Alpha 1438 is on final runway 7 to land.
Whoa. That's weird. I'll probably get penalised again because it was a double touchdown. Because I had to come in high and fast because I was getting a lot of turbulence, so I need more speed because it kept wind shearing me. But when you come in that quickly, you tend to, you know, bounce more than once sometimes. So I won't get a good landing for that, I'm telling you. But I don't care. Well, I've turned turbulence on to low, so I don't even know if there's an option to turn it off. The thing is, the windsock doesn't really tie up with the kind of turbulence we're seeing. So it does make me wonder what's going on. There's no off option. There you go. So I think they're going to have to patch the sim for that to be fixed.
Mike Uniform Mike Romeo Traffic Cessna Charlie Uniform. Alpha 1438 is taxiing to parking.
I'm sure the trip had its challenges, but I hope my plane didn't take too much of a beating. Thanks for your hard work.
Alright, Control Shift E. Mission success. I don't know, Lawrence. I don't know if it adds it artificially. What? Everything went perfectly, 100%. I have never 100%ed that. And I still only got an A. Landing smoothness. Respect the condition. I don't even understand this. I genuinely don't know what that is. How am I losing 13%? What am I... Is that because I thrashed it at 2600 RPM? Maybe that's what it is. Cruise speed. Comply with cruise speed as assigned by ATC, which I didn't get. Runway excursion on takeoff. Stay on the runway on the takeoff roll. What? Avoid flying through smoke. These are common mistakes, apparently. Yeah. It doesn't tell me what I've done. They're just things I might have done. Thanks for giving me 10% of the money, Lydia. Right, we've finally got cargo transport light unlocked. Which means we can do a cargo mission. And maybe we'll get some more money for that. I just VPN'd to Japan and now Korea is working. Thanks, chat. Wait a minute, Lawsy. Excusez-moi? What do you mean, thanks, chat? I'm the one who's literally been telling you how to fix that. And you thank chat for it? Wow. I'm hurt, man. Help people out, give them advice, and then they thank the chat for it. Puh. I'm in chat too, technically, yeah. These circles have expanded. Let's have a look. Plane reputation, plane delivery. No, where's my cargo missions? Ferry service. Wait, was? You need to complete all the specializations first. Cargo transport medium. Where's the cargo transport? These are the gold cargo mission. I can't do these. These are too high for me. These are locked. Look, I need a 737 MAX for that one. I need a Cessna 28 Caravan for that one. I can only get that one unlocked by doing the high performance thing. But I can't find any cargo light ones. Medivac. Where's cargo light? It showed you it was in Africa, was it? Ah, there you go, thank you. View briefing. Let's have a look. Madagascar by the look of it. It just made it daytime. I am not doing that pattern entry. Straight auto. That's where it's on, straight auto. This is weird. I've just changed the tablet to be different to what it's showing here. So why doesn't this update based on what I just put into that tablet? No, it's changing the weather and it's changing the time of day completely because I don't have a license. This is how these things get out of whack. This is a climbing left turn, and then it's going to be a left turn onto final. But on the preview here, it's not showing what I've got here, which is kind of odd. You need to click Center Avionics in the tablet. Where's that? Whereabouts is that? Top tab, scroll down. Payload options, fuel options, nav log, clip charts. Very bottom. Oh, you mean down here, sorry. Send route to avionics. File plan with ATC. Ah, that's the one that does it. File plan with ATC. There you go. Nice. I've not been to Madagascar in the sim. Yeah, it would be Kirby, like you say, if it can be modded. Pretty cool. And now we wait. Bandwidth too low. Loading times may be extended. No, Spatter. Force feedback yokes are very expensive. 2,300 credits. Is that all we're going to get for this? Ensure cargo integrity. Do you hear that, Jensen? No barrel rolling, mate. Jensen doesn't care. In the amount of time it took to read that sentence, Jensen made another $500,000. I don't know, Trippy. I'm after the money. If I get to 25k, I can get my own company. It's the cash I want. Yeah, Mike, it's nothing to do with your internet. It's everything to do with the servers. I agree, Gekarus. I don't understand how they've managed to release the sim with broken lights on a 172. I can understand it on the other planes, but not the 172. I think so, Harris Leslie. I don't know yet.
Hi there. It's Widad.
It's
now
what?
That you're all set up, let me go over the important details with you.
Widad?
Loose cargo on board. This is a very important shipment for one of our clients. Needs to get to Mbadifo Tatra promptly. Our sensitive cargo containers are built to handle slight turbulence, but maintain a constant flight speed and adapt to changing conditions. A prompt and safe delivery is key for the success of our business. You have all the pertinent information in your flight packet as a reminder. Safe travels.
All the pertinent information. She's getting big words thrown at me now. Yeah, they're just literally like cardboard boxes. They're not even full.
Foxtrot Mike November, Charlie Traffic Cessna 5 Romeo. Zulu Echo Oscar is taxiing to runway 29er.
Right, I'm going to try and see if we can get a good score on this one. Because I'm curious.
Foxtrot Mike November, Charlie Traffic Cessna 5 Romeo. Zulu Echo Oscar, taking off runway 29er south departure.
This is a long runway to taxi down, oh my god. Anyone notice what? The ATIS giving weirdly specific altimeter settings. I've not noticed that, no. How long is the flight? It's only 36 nautical. So it should be about 30 minutes tops. Well, probably like 20 odd. Daniel, which country are you in? Nope. Enchiladas, thank you very much. UK, okay, you'll need to VPN. VPN to Japan and try it. Decided to reinstall the game and it's downloading dial-up speeds. Oh dear. Completing a flight was on fire as I realised I had no idea what my brakes were bound to. The game works is stunning. Oh yeah, absolutely. If I would have sent that to the avionics, would it have updated? No. Okay. That should do it. Wasn't sure how to climb, so I thought I'd climb a bit higher this time. What's my headset? Oh, crikey. Oh, just making my head move. That's a track IR. Did I ever complete my license? I have my PPL and night rating, yeah. Is Paul using a VPN? Yep. Just got a first goal crash after completing a mission. RIP. So we're on a Madagascar island, and we're going to be flying to another island off the coast of Madagascar Island. It's like Islandception. Most VPNs are data limited. How is that working? What I'm doing is absolutely fine. You're paying for it. Cost me £4 for a month. And if it gets me through the 2024 launch, that's £4 well spent. What are you doing? It's trying to hunt down the GPS, and I can see what it's going to overshoot it again. Using Mulvad VPN. MULLVAD, Mulvad. You can pay for a month, a year, or a decade. They've charged €5 a month VPN since 2009, I think it was. And it's still €5 a month. Yeah, you can buy a decade, I'm not joking. And the best thing is, Navarine, you don't even need to give them your email address. They don't want you to create an account. When you create an account with them, it gives you an account number, which you must memorize, you must keep. Because after that, they don't want your email address, they don't want your address, they don't want your password, they don't want anything. They just give you an account number, and then you just pay €5 on that account number, and you get a month access. That's it. 5 devices. Pretty good. I need to copy over that mod for that and try it out. How is it different to NordVPN? I mean, all VPNs working in the same way, but it's all about the delivery and the price and the privacy respect. Yeah, I did. I'm on career mode now, Scott. You're not loving the livery? I think it's pretty striking, personally. Mulvad are very respected in IT security and data privacy circles. Nord. Well, Nord aren't. Yeah, about sums it up. This is Madagascar, which is off the coast of Africa. Being able to pop out the separate monster is genius. It is quite useful. Oh yeah, Racing Weirdo. I wouldn't personally get a decade-long VPN solution. But if you want to lock in that price, you can. It's there as an option. But like you say, if you lose your account number over that 10 years, well... I don't know, Zoe. I can't check right now, but I think we're level 15. We just got our light cargo license. That's where we're at. No, we can't do heavy cargo yet. You need a license for this. We have some money. We have like about 10k at the moment. So I could spend it on licenses. Or we can save it and try and get to 25k and get our own company. I think I'm not really sure which is quicker. Do we keep grinding for like 2-3k at a time? Or do we spend 5 grand to try and get higher paying jobs? Sounds like you're being ripped off with Surfshark VPN. How much are you paying? Is this with a CPL? Yes. Yeah. You get your £80 per year. Well, I mean, that's not terrible. How many devices? Because the €5 one gives you 5 devices. So you can put your PC on it, you can have a phone, a tablet. It is useful because, like, if you travel or you go to on a hotel Wi-Fi or something, you can turn on your VPN. Unlimited devices. Well, there you go. So if you've got a lot of devices, that could be better value. Someone said some companies unlock at 50k. 25 apparently. NordVPN is currently $3.59 per month, but you have to sub for 2 years in one go. Oh yeah, I mean, VPNs are more about security than bandwidth. T Sparta, thank you for subbing with Prime, by the way. And Pen also, thank you for subbing with Prime. Texture's not great here. They need to rescan this. All that custom basically the same, but without having to buy a whole year, no fake discount. They haven't changed their prices in over a decade, Phil. You think about that. Tell me something that hasn't changed its price in a decade. That's crazy. Well, that's the thing, Beaker. Like, if they have a data breach there, they're not going to get anything because they don't have your email address or phone number or personal address. There's nothing to breach. It's just a bunch of account numbers with a payment credit against it. That's it. You paid £65 for 3 years of PIA, always been fine. Yeah, PIA is pretty decent. 65 quid for 3 years is good. But at the end of that 3 years, they'll probably renew you for a lot higher price, right? I mean, I don't use a VPN a lot, I'll be honest with you. I just turn it on when I need it. But that's the advantage of those guys. You can just turn it on for a month when you need it. Like, if you're going on holiday for 2 weeks, you can just turn it on for a month. Or if, like, a brand new simulator comes out and all the servers are melting, you can just turn it on for a month. Is the water static? Not usually. It depends on the wind. But we're not on real weather because it's in career mode and it's locking the weather to nice. Do you need to fly your plane to mission location to pay for upkeep and fuel like in ETS2? So once you've got your own career, your own company, you get your own plane, yeah, you got to take on the responsibility of maintenance, fueling, and if you crash it and you're not insured, rip. Yeah, I just increased the price of my sub from $40 to $50 a year. I don't find I need a VPN that long though. Supposedly Mulvad was raided by the police to seize customer data, but there wasn't anything there for them to seize. Why would they be raided? I don't know, Blastic. I haven't done that one. I'm doing a cargo flight. I'm constantly getting penalised for overflying airfields without permission. You need to press the enter key and get permission. It doesn't tell you to do it. It's the same thing that when I was taxiing to the runway, I went onto the runway without talking to ATC. It didn't tell me I need to do it. If in doubt, press the enter key, and if it's got any ATC comms to do, it'll just do it. So do that before you overfly the airfield and see if you can get permission. The reflections are just insane, aren't they? I can see where we're flying. I don't know if it's just the distance, but right now it looks like it's got Minecraft textures loaded. I had to relocate mine for 600 credits and made 180k. What was that for, retry Bob? What, you relocated your base or something? Is that what you're saying? So when you buy a plane, presumably you have to fly missions around that area. Yeah? Like you can't take, like at the moment I could take a mission anywhere around the world. Because if you play FS Economy, it doesn't work that way at all. Like you have to, like wherever the plane is, that's where you've got to fly it from. You can't just jump around the world and fly somewhere else without leasing a different plane. Are all the world updates with from 20 incorporated out of the box to 24 you have to get? Something like that, Joe. 2020 is a fatter client than 24, so it tends to download and install more stuff. Because, Kirby, this is not my plane, this is a rented plane. Sakiro, if you plug in your Alpha and Bravo into Microsoft Flight Sim, it already comes set up. There's not a lot you need to do. I don't know, Kirby. We'll find out, I guess. Let's see where we are. 3 minutes to ETA. I should probably descend at this point. I've not tried the mini FCU on 2024 yet, to be honest. Once you have the Bravo throttle, I'm excited to get the early days working. Somebody's got a web page about that. Somebody did get it working, apparently. I don't know what you have to do. I haven't read it yet. I'll be fine, Kembo. I don't know, Fogger. I don't know if 4's any good. Honestly, don't know. Nuki World, thank you for double top 40 months. Why did they bother adding the do not touch screens? I don't know. I think it's just being authentic, isn't it?
Foxtrot Mike Alpha Delta Traffic Cessna 5 Romeo. Zulu Echo Oscar 3 miles west 1,500 feet inbound to land runway 25. Foxtrot Mike Alpha Delta Traffic Cessna 5 Romeo. Zulu Echo Oscar is on final runway 25 to land.
Wait, runway 25? That was never in the plan. Runway 25? Whoa. We are not landing on runway 25. That much I can tell you. I don't know where he got that from. Well, you can see the plan on the tablet, runway 07. I'm not sure if this is a runway or just a piece of grass or something. Where does the runway start? On designated landing area. What? Like, what? I got this exact same thing on my first cargo flight. Okay, that's interesting. So does that mean there's something bugged with this mission? And I'm going to get heavily penalized now. The mission is bugged, it says final, but there, it did say 25 to land, even though I'd scheduled for 07. I don't know if I just got penalized for landing on the wrong runway, or this is not a landing runway. I don't know. And now it says exit runway, so it thinks I'm on a runway. Very strange. I could see a flickering texture as if there was supposed to be something here, but there wasn't. But thank you, Beacon. I think it thinks you're on the wrong one, right? Yeah. So where are we supposed to go then? It says FMAD is back that way. Oh, I'll just stop here. If it'll let me finish, we'll just finish. There we go. I mean, it was a decent landing. Even if it wasn't correct. Airline procedures, 100% interesting. 75% undesignated landing area. I still got an S tier. Even Jensen's shocked by that. How many screens do you have attached to your PC? I have 2 here, and at the desk I have 3. $2,600 credits. Plus 17. So we have 12,000 credits right now. See, I can't progress that unless I do skydiving missions. I can't progress this one unless we take an instrument rating. But to get this, I'd only have to take 1 instrument rating. Private charter service. We have the privilege of transporting travellers to famous tourist destinations. That doesn't sound like it's going to pay particularly well. How do you connect 5 screens to the PC? I don't. I connect 2 when I'm here, and then I connect 3 different ones when I'm over there. Oh, Lydia's taking a fat cut of our money. Tailwheel endorsement. Perform landings with an airplane on soft runways or bush. It's 10k from instrument rating. 7.5 for a night rate. It's bonkers. 5k for a high performance. 15 grand for a multi-engine. You can see it's trying to steer you to do these first, isn't it? Check if there are now cargo missions that pay more. This is weird. It only shows you stuff for the area you're looking at. Standard car. Oh, here we go. Wait a minute. An hour and a half? Flipping heck. 6 grand for an hour and a half mission. The rate on that is better. Standard cargo. $3 How can that be 3 hours? You see, if we had a quicker plane, we'd be doing this a lot easier, wouldn't we? If you want to do wildfire stuff, you can probably do it outside of career mode, maybe. That's a helicopter mission. This is the problem, Harry, is like, do I go for the power rating now and spend the money? Is it an investment that's worth having? This has got a cargo, $4.5 grand cargo for an hour. Oh boy, two hour one for $8 grand, look at that. You can cut your mission time in half sometimes with high power. One mission on your own makes your money back. True. What? Hang on a minute. Let's just try something. If we was to do the high performance endorsement, we would get access. I believe you get access to the 208, I think. Now, that being the case, compatible aircraft with a light transport, the only one we could then fly the G36. We could fly a G36 and we could fly an Aero Elvira Optica. That's first flight you haven't clicked. Oh, rip. In that case, ignore that. Okay, so the only thing that we'd get option to, I'd have to do 2 endorsements. I'd have to do $5 grand on high performance, and then, was it $5 grand on tailwheel? And then I could fly the de Havilland Canada. I don't know how much cargo that can handle. Does anybody know? See, this is the problem. Do we keep grinding 3,000? Or, well, we've got a 4 grand an hour is the most we can grind. 4 grand an hour is what we can get on a light cargo in a 172. That's all we can get. The question is, if we drop 10k to get those endorsements, what is our rate at that point? How much will we get per hour with that? And the answer is, I don't know. Tail Dragger is at least just 1 jet ride, not like 10 lessons, okay. You have to get those certificates at some point regardless, might as well get the high paying jobs. If you only make the money, you do the whole flight. If you skip, you get nothing. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. It's better. It's got to be better than 2k. I don't know. Well, to get medium cargo, you need level 25, an instrument rating which costs, is that 15 grand? I can't remember. A turboprop rating which costs another. We're not getting this anytime soon. And that would give us a caravan once we've got all of that, and then we're into the money. But you see, once you've got your own company and your own 172, you're making most of the money yourself. If we got Tailwheel, it would unlock that at level 20, so that'd give us something else to do. I don't know how well it pays. Search and rescue, but it would give us another set of things to do. That requires an instrument rating, so we're not going to get that quickly. Don't know, Phil. Well, to get that, we need to get some soft runways, as well as the tail endorsement. Well, instrument is nice to have, but it's not about nice to have. It's about what's going to get us the money quicker. That's a 10k drop. We can do that, or we can do these two. If we got instrument rating, what's it going to give us? There's nothing on here that requires instrument. Everything here requires instrument rating. Best bet is to cut the biggest expense, that being the cut being taken off you. Yep. Do we know for a fact that this unlocks at 25k? Once you've got 25k, does that unlock? Do we know this for a fact? I think somebody said it did. You thought it was level 25? I don't know. It might unlock at level 25, but then you need 25k to get it. Because you need 24 grand for a second-hand Cessna, apparently. Instrument lets you do private charters in the 172, and those pay well. Private charter being this one. If we got the instrument rating, we'll get that naturally anyway, and then we'll get that naturally anyway. So it would unlock private charter. You need reputation A. So you need a rep A anyway. Do you know what? I might just go for the instrument rating. What do we need to do that? I presume you just do a bunch of things. RNAV basics, ILS approach, IFR test. Don't know what you'll need for this. Click and drag. Yeah, but you have to change the... there's an option you have to change. Right, I just need a bio break, so I shall be right back, guys. People seem to be unsure on the requirements for unlocking companies. Everyone's unlock at different levels. Seems to be 25 to 30k cash. Okay. Let's try this instrument thing. You got to perform an approach and landing at Sunbury Airport in Scottish Shetlands. Hey! I'm level 31 and companies are not available. You see, this is the thing. It might well be locked behind the amount of cash you have and the level, and maybe something else. What is this? What's going on?
That this weather can look daunting, but you'll be able to perform your approach by relying on your aircraft's instruments, just like you did in your training.
Did not expect this. Fly to EVTEP.
Cessna, Zulu Echo Oscar Reset Transponder. Squawk Tree 125.
Transponder code... What was it? 3125? Is that what he said? I did not expect to be thrown in like this.
Cessna Zulu Echo Oscar, please expedite your descent 2,100 feet.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to, like, catch up with the whole thing right now. Fly to FTEP. Fly to what? PB27. Oh, that one, okay. Can we put it into nav mode now? Nav. GPS. Okay. When you choose certification, it says if you start on the ground or airborne. Didn't notice that. Just didn't expect to be thrown into this. That's nuts. We're about to fly into the soup. Okay, that's the plan. Have they punched in an arrival, an approach, do you think? Information gathered, it's level 26, 25 grand in cash and an A rating. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's a rep rating. It's the fact it doesn't tell you, though, is weird. Ready to switch to wireless, want to intercept. Oh, man. ILS. So that's approach mode. Do we need to turn anything else on the Garmin for that, do you think? I presume I can just go approach mode and it'll do it, right? Nav frequency tune, no idea. Nav's on ISG at the moment.
You can switch back to visual flight rules before landing. Identifying the runway lights should help you during the transition.
Okay. If you're on the approach before, they'll disable your nav. Yeah, I don't want to do. I don't want to arm it yet.
Cessna Zulu Echo Oscar U are 11 miles east of Sunbird. Contact tower on 118.25 when inbound. Tower on 118.25 Cessna Zulu Echo Oscar.
Warning, what's this? What was that warning? You just done PPL, wish you hadn't chose Cranfield. We've been warned. What did I do wrong? I have no idea why I just got a warning. This is bugged when I did it first. Didn't register my landing, so I had to do it twice. Oh, great. Nah, project this large KP, it's always going to have bugs. It doesn't matter. They could just keep developing and then, you know what I mean? You've got to release it at a certain point. It worked fine for you, okay. There's the glide slope though, isn't it? See it coming down? I should go approach mode at this point, surely. And pick up the glide slope. Do you need to switch your CDR before going to approach mode? Don't think so. Actually, I'm not sure. It's a virtual glide slope or an ILS? I don't know. It's picking up something. Got the glide path now. It's coming down. Yeah, it's a glide path, yeah. I don't know if you have to follow the ILS glide path or just use a glide... Sorry, the ILS glide slope or use the glide path. .5 miles out. It just wants you to land, it doesn't grade the accuracy of the approach, okay. Yeah, but I don't know if the ILS, if that's tuned in, I presume that's the ILS, but I'm not 100% sure. So if I go to nav mode now, it might not pick up the glide slope properly. I don't think it matters. I'm flying on a glide path, and I think we'll be fine. So I'm just going to leave it. Oh, 4 miles out. Presumably will pop out of the clouds at like 800 feet or something. No, that's true. I've not had any turbulence problems on this flight. I hated those foggle things. Oh my god. 840 feet, and we are still in the soup. You have to do an engine up landing. Hey! Nice. What, in the sim? Nice. That's pretty cool. 1.7, still can't see a thing. $500 feet. What's our minimum? We're past 470. I don't know, I've pressed enter. There's no ATC call going in. I don't have landing clearance. But I've not been given the option to get landing clearance. It just says land on runway, but I cannot get any option. Nah, those lights are not set up for a 172. It's fine. Yikes, that nosedive. I'm not so sure it knows I'm here. I've not got any options to talk to ATC. I think this is bugged out, if I'm honest. Yeah. Still says land on runway. You need to restart this one. I think it happens when you get that warning. Yep. What was the warning about? This is 100% bugged out. Someone in the chat said they had to do it twice. Okay. Yeah, that's bugged. Okay, restart. It occurred right after you tried to contact tower. It did. Yeah, it's when it tried to hand me over, I think. Warning was when you need to do 2 ATC calls in a short time when it changes to the tower. I don't know if it's something I did or not. That's the thing. You've recycled frequency to fix that before. As in just flipped it.
I know that this weather can look daunting, but you will be able to perform your approach by relying on your aircraft's instruments, just like you did in your training.
Send to 2,500.
Cessna, Zulu Echo Oscar reset transponder. Squawk tree 125. Cessna Zulu Echo Oscar, please expedite your descent 2,100 feet.
Right, descent to 2,100, check. What are you doing? Why is it just busted my answer?
Echo Oscar, you are 400 feet below your assigned altitude.
Yeah.
Climb and maintain
You're right.
2,100 feet QNH 101 tree.
I don't know what this is doing. Do you know, let's just restart that. I thought I pressed the AP button. Maybe it didn't, like, react or something. You, QNH.
I know that this weather can look daunting, but you will be able to perform your approach
It's a different
by
voice.
relying on your aircraft's instruments, just like you did in your training.
Okay, autopilot is on. Let's get that set up. Descend down to 2,100. And then we're going to heading mode.
Cessna Zulu Echo Oscar, your transponder appears inoperative or malfunctioning. Reset squawk tree 125.
3125 is set. Okay, autopilot, 200 for V-speed, heading, done. Right, 2,100, picking up the GPS. Plane, what are you doing? Just doing crazy overturns trying to catch the nav again. Like massively oversteering. Okay, we're under control. We're on the GPS, we're at 2,100, let's go. That's why I thought I'd done that part. I looked and it was like, oh, it can pick that up. So I put it in nav mode and it just turned at 90 degrees to the nav. It's just crazy. Okay. So if I'm not going to swap the comm frequencies. What was it saying under here? No idea, cool guy. Well, that sucks. I need to get rid of these stupid things on cockpit view. Yeah, I'm the same, Silent Thunder. I've given it a 500 gig cache and I don't think it's using it.
You can switch back to visual flight rules before landing.
Thanks.
Identifying the runway lights should help you during the transition.
Good to know. What on earth? What is this?
Cessna Zulu Echo Oscar U are 11 miles east of Sunbird. Contact tower on 118.25 when inbound.
Acknowledge, contact tower.
Cessna 5 Romeo, Zulu Echo Oscar Tower. QNH 101 tree cleared. PBAG S1AARA. NAEV, PSEP, RNAV, P-end. Runway 9er approach.
Cleared runway 09, okay. Okay, so we didn't get that error this time, so maybe we'll get lucky. I don't know what that was, Z-Fox. Cleared on off 9. Okay. I think we're set up here. What does Jeff think about what? PB is a waypoint, PB27F. I don't know why I said P-bag. Papa Bravo is what she should have said. So now I have Sononi's for ILS, yeah, so I think we just follow the glide path down. That's a good point, actually. If we're landing on 27, well, we're cleared for 09, is that right? Cleared for the RNAV runway 9. What? How can we be... You can't circle to land in these kind of minimums. What are you supposed to just fly straight in or do something crazy? We've been cleared for 09, but we're on an RNAV approach for 27.
Cessna Zulu Echo Oscar Wine 271 at 12. Cleared to land runway 24.
Now we've been cleared to land on 24. Well, that's what I'm going to do, Snow D, and hope it works. I think you're right, Ferdinand. It depends on the mission. I've flown 2 other flights in Korea with IFR ATC and didn't have a problem. You took a long flight. Went from... In what plane? From 21 to 32. Had 15k and received 15k for mission. Now 32, 31k. And the A reputation. It could be the A rep that unlocks company. What do I think of the game so far? I mean, it needs a bit of polish, but it's really enjoyable. Visually, it's fantastic. Giving you 2 4s for helos only. Lol. Well, we're not landed on 2 4, so that's not happening. We'll land on the runway and we'll see what it says. That's all I can do. Have a look at the requirements, shall we? I've actually enjoyed the hilarious bugs. There have been some funny ones.
Echo Oscar contact ground on 118.255.
Okay, well that's better than last time. Stop at whole shot. Where's the whole shot? Where's the whole shot? What? Okay. Is that because it was expecting me to come in on 2-4? Which is probably this runway. Oh, I don't know. Hey, as long as it signs us off, I don't care. Well, I think this airport's built with multiple cross runways because they never know what kind of winds they're going to get. Okay. Boeing just randomly spawns in. A 777 here? You serious?
Cessna 5 Romeo, Zulu Echo Oscar taxi to general aviation parking using taxiway Golf Whiskey Kilo.
Oh my god. What are you supposed to do? He just had me come all the way down here, only to go all the way back down there. Absolute madness. Honestly, where I landed was so close to this. I have no idea how a large plane would taxi here. Great difficulty.
Great job. You've passed the test. There's a few areas where you could improve, but that was a solid performance.
A few areas where you could improve? I could say the same about your taxiways. Respect the flight plan altitudes. Whatever. A B. Look how close that was to an A. That is just outrageous. I got 100%, 100%, and then 73. I don't even think I deserve to lose that much. I descended down to 2,100 feet fairly quickly. I don't get that. Allows you to navigate when you cannot fly using visual references. You will no longer be grounded by cloudy, rainy, snowy, or poor visibility conditions. Okay, so what does that let us do now then? Real weather conditions. So you don't need your night rating, you just need the instrument rating. And now we can unlock live weather.
You now have access to real condition missions. These allow you to scroll back up to 24 hours to fly in real-world weather conditions over the past day.
That's pretty cool. So basically you can adjust the time and then you get the live weather from then. That's awesome. Allows you to access 24-hour historical record of weather conditions. That's pretty neat. Use menu scroll left and menu scroll right, adjust the slider and see what you can see with career missions are available at different times of the day.
Adjusting the time slider will reveal a variety of different missions only available in specific weather and lighting conditions.
Interesting.
Meanwhile, missions that are not time-dependent remain available at all times.
Interesting. Yeah. That's quite cool.
It seems like this mission has different weather conditions than usual. For now, check the weather conditions, also known as METRTAF, carefully when selecting a mission. IFR icon means you will have to fly in IFR condition. But there is also MVFR icon and LIFR icon.
Casually doesn't explain to anybody new what that means.
A warning icon means this mission is not recommended under the current weather. Fly at your own risk.
Okay.
Thank you, good sir, for the special streams over the last 2 days. Thank you for the great service to this special community, and thank you to the mods for all the overtime.
Plagiato, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Ronaldino, I don't believe I thanked you for your Prime sub, so thank you for that. And Pug, thank you for 58. So, what have we now unlocked? How do we make use of our 10 grand IFR rating? Here we go. What's this? It said a red dot was instrument, didn't it? That still only pays 3k. Are we basically just waiting for the VIP stuff then? So you looked at where marginal VFR, so instrument rating might be necessary. Yeah, but they're not paying any more money, are they? That's the thing. Go on to this. You scroll this back. There you go. You see that? At 6 PM, that suddenly changed. Bulk cargo. Okay. I don't think we're necessarily getting more money here. Like, that one is a 45-minute 2 grand ferry. That's a 30-minute 1400 ferry, and that's in IFR conditions. Well, marginal VFR. So I don't feel like the instrument rating has helped us in the sense of here, but it will help us when we unlock the... What's it called? This one, is it? Yeah. So once we've done another flight here and 2 flights here, that will then give us access to more expensive jobs, I think. You're currently doing a 2-hour cargo mission, jeez. Transporting extra thick socks to Chelmsford, lol. Limited time speciality missions pay big. How do you get a limited time mission? I wish you could sort this. Or filter it. At the very least, filter it by cargo missions or something. The going rate right now seems to be about 4,000 credits an hour. No, the red dots just mean the weather's bad. It doesn't mean so you get paid more money. Like if we focus on this one here and then change the time of day, it pays 2,300, and then later on when the weather's bad, it pays 2,300. The only difference is the weather's bad. If you have bad weather, you get a bonus on top. How much? They're definitely paying more money in Europe than they are around here. That's for sure. Although that, the one I just saw for 6 grand, that's in line with the 4 grand an hour. No, this filter doesn't filter on that. It's rubbish, to be honest. It's actually annoying that they don't give us a filter on this. So look, 2 hours, 3.5k. Absolute trash. I think he doesn't like this game. Wait, what? That one for an hour is pretty good. at the... I like how it says unknown. I mean, that could be like IFR conditions, but it just goes unknown. Exactly. What? I was going to say that looked wrong. I thought we were flying east, not west. What is it with these mad arrivals? It's gone to marginal VFR arrival now. I think that was a data download problem. It has no procedure for arrivals. Change procedure. Right? Is that like a right turn auto? What's a left auto? Right auto. So that's going to do it. Yeah, that's fine. If that's what I think it is. Is that going to be TRDP1 base final, just like a right bang straight in? I think that's what R auto means. So if we send that to the avionics, file it with ATC, we should then be able to visualize it. That is nothing like what I just chose. That is some kind of garbage, that is. What is that? I want to just come in this way and do that. I don't want to do this. Okay, what does right direct auto do then? File that with ATC. Oh, there you go. That's more like it. We'll do that. Okay, so that's a right direct auto. And I've sent it to avionics. It should all be filed. VFR, which is a lie, because it's not. It's going to be MVFR by the time we get there. If you change that to IFR, I wonder what actually happens. You still don't get any arrivals. We'll file it IFR because I don't want it saying you can't land because we're now IFR. Payload. Wait a minute. We're transporting light cargo, aren't we? So why have we got £0 of payload? It's very light, yeah. It is indeed very light. I agree with that. It doesn't load up until you get in the sim. What's the point of having an EFB where you set all your fuel and payload if it doesn't put the payload in? How are you supposed to calculate what fuel you can take? It's still not in. £0. Yes, Darby, it does. In a different place, though. Flight level 42. Is that what it's done? Please tell me it's not filed a flight level 42. Wait, what? All control shifts is shut down the engines, then request IFR. Oh, hang on. Request IFR clearance.
Cessna Delta, Papa Foxtrot Echo X-Ray is cleared to Echo Delta Echo Whiskey Airport via the Tango Oscar Mike Papa 1 November departure. Expect runway 27, maintain 5,000 feet. Departure frequency is 127.6 Squawk 5761. Cessna Foxtrot Echo X-Ray readback is correct. Contact ground on 118.555 when ready to taxi. Good day.
Captain, are you ready? Great. It's Fiona, your dispatcher, you know. Just a quick reminder about today's job. You're carrying commodities on this flight. Shipment is from our partner site and time critical. You must reach Waldron ASAP. Our sensitive cargo containers are built to handle turbulence, but maintain a constant flight speed. Let's keep our delivery on time and safe.
On time
All
and
relevant
safe.
information is in your flight packet, which is uploaded on your map as a reference. Here's to a successful flight.
Right, we've got the altitude in. They said I was on a Tompin 1 November departure, which I don't know if this has been put in. Tompin 1 November departure. Runway 27. All right. Definitely nuclear warheads. Empty boxes is what they are. Fake 5090s. Jensen's having a laugh. Where do we get rid of the display? Would it be under here? When you're in the cockpit? Cockpit camera. External camera. It's all the HUD stuff when you're in the cockpit. How do you get rid of it? Is it just that? It's probably just that, isn't it? There we go. Just got denied taxi because IFR required. Lol. You see, I would have got denied landing, I think, because IFR was required. Let's see. All shot 27 via taxiway Sierra Alpha. Okay. Let's do this. Oh, don't tell me the G36 is broken. Do you get paid more money if you do this IFR or not? You should do. Yeah, that's true. Cost of the sim is not a lot compared to what you pay for peripherals. I already have one, Dan. There's already a video on my channel about my rig. Okay.
Cessna Delta, Papa Foxtrot Echo X-Ray QH 9er. Cleared for takeoff runway 27.
Lol, nerdy Drew. Cleared for takeoff. Right, transponder is on squawking altitude, 5,000 feet set. Landing lights coming on. Ups and down. Tell you what, Nerdy Drew, if you can mod the banners, somebody should definitely mod that onto a banner for the banner missions. That's a bit of an aggressive turn.
Cessna Foxtrot Echo X-ray contact center on 127.6. Good day.
Right, want 5,000 feet initially.
Cessna Foxtrot Echo X-ray, keep speed not above 165 knots.
Yeah, okay. No problem. What does he think I'm in? See you later, Crasher. What do you mean? Shout out, Catherine. Armin, thank you for the gifts up to Hilo. Welcome back, Hilo. Jay Bansel, thank you, 22. Not above 175. That is amazing. A crazy train. It's not great at flying a LNAV. That much I have noticed. I think we're talking to Centre, so we're probably with them for a while. I've reached 5,000 feet, but it's not ticked this off. hoping that goes away when I get to Tompi. Just unlocked companies with my last mission. Didn't level.
Cessna Foxtrot Echo X-ray. Please expedite your climb.
What?
5,000 feet.
Would it help if I got to 5,100? I think it's like a barrow setting problem. There you go. Local barrow pressure was not set. I didn't press the comma. Yeah. Scumbag game. That's because we're now on live weather. And before, we never had to deal with that because pressing that comma key didn't do anything. It's going to knock points off of it. Say Callum. It's pretty good, Cirrus. Like, it's not perfect, but I mean, look at this. There's stuff that needs patching, but that's always the case, isn't it?
Cessna Foxtrot Echo X-ray climb and maintain 5,400 feet.
Yeah, I'm using a VPN. Fly to downwind entry, okay. Cirrus Fly, it doesn't matter what your internet speed is. It's the cloud servers are the problem, they're getting inundated. I don't know, belligerent. I mean, that's a them problem, isn't it? I don't know what their architecture is. But the servers they have can't cope. Now, here's what I don't know. Now we're flying IFR. We can't descend without permission. So when it talks about downwind entry, we're going to be at 5,400 feet here. I presume it's then going to allow us to descend. That seems like, I don't know how long that is, but it could get interesting. I don't know if you can request descent. Let's have a look. Request cruising altitude decrease. I guess we could try that a bit nearer the time. At least get ourselves down 1,000 feet or two. Yeah, I don't know, Gekarus. And if I had to rely on the system to work it out, you know how that's going to go. Right, you just leaned it out. Save some fuel. I wonder, when you have your own company, which means you then have your own plane, and you're paying for your own fuel, is it tracking how much fuel you burn on the flight? So if you lean your mixture out, burn less fuel, are you going to get a lesser fuel bill at the end of it? Does it do all that? I would hope so. I've had this game since release and not once in the last 3 days I've even flown once. Our YouTubers playing this with no problem. Because we're VPNing around the world to get in. That's all it is. We haven't got any special treatment. We didn't get pre-release access. Why, what did you say, Lawrence? Updates on the technical issues affecting Microsoft flights in 2024. We continue to see access and bandwidth issues as more users come online globally. We're actively working on increased capacity fixes. I want to express our gratitude to the community and apologise for this frustrating experience. We'll share ongoing updates across our channels. Yorg. Oh boy. I had a similar one. I never had multicoloured buildings quite like that one, but that's quite funny. I love these screenshots people are sending, oh my god. What's this? Somebody's made a video. That is absolute genius. Look at that is so good. I've been over 48 hours since the launch. Been trying to 2 days straight to get in. I finally managed to load into the world and this is what I get. Oh, I love that. I knew that that red avatar guy would just become a stuff of legends. From the moment we saw it at the pre-release, and we said to them, please leave that in the sim. Oh, God. I want a refund, blah, 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 blah. There's another one. Oh, God. Yeah. Oh, dear. The thing is, though, like, whoa. The thing is, how long is it going to take them to add more capacity? It's going to take quite a while. You can't just flick a switch. It's not a cloud-based... Wait, what? If only there was a way that you could increase capacity quickly, on demand. If only there was a way that you could do that. I think Microsoft should invest billions into that kind of technology, because that's what we need. Co-pilot, swear, honestly, every time I see that co-pilot thing, I just turn it off. It's the same with this Gemini nonsense in Google. Just turn it off. You know, from up here, this looks a bit like East America somewhere. Azure is only good for surprise spending me €1,000 for no reason. Jeez. That runway. That runway texture. Something tells me it's not loaded on in. I'm taking missions for 7,000 credits, but only getting 500 at the end of the AB forms. Are you skipping anything? Don't skip the pre-flight removal stuff. Don't skip the taxi. Just do it all. And then you get a big fat bonus. That is so good though, look at that. How much data? I haven't looked, to be honest. Yeah, but the wall, I think it's because it's not downloading live traffic yet. I think all of that's meant to be there, but they probably had to turn a lot of stuff off. This. There's my data consumption, which is a complete and utter lie. Data tracking reset day. I'm going to tell it to reset after 14 days. Data connection, air traffic type real time, air traffic in Korea. Okay, let's turn it on. Let's turn it on and see what happens. I don't know, Hawk, I thought that it meant if I had it on 1, it would be the first day of the week. But it's not collecting my data. Because I've been streaming this for like 2 days and it's not on 800 meg, I can tell you that. Good in-flight service, Twister, I know, right? Get Pringles and sandwiches. How do you VPN Microsoft Flight Sim? You need to download and pay for a VPN. And it'll reroute your network traffic. And then you start up Flight Sim. I love the way the clouds just clear out. It's so smooth. To be honest, when you're flying a Cessna IRL, you don't tend to get that kind of movement. You tend to get like vertical movement as you fly through pockets and stuff. What do you like best out of Toby and Track IR? So Toby's super convenient. You just put it under the monitor and you don't need to wear anything, which is great for that. Track IR, you've got to have some kind of either thing on your cap or something on your headset. The Track IR software is more configurable. So Toby's more convenient. The Track IR is more configurable in terms of like axis orientations and gearing and that kind of thing. Where do you VPN to? This morning I VPN to, well, this afternoon I VPN to East Coast America. If you're VPNing now from Europe, you probably want to go east of at least Turkey, I would suggest. Maybe Japan, maybe something closer, because they'll all be in bed, you see. The lights don't work on 2024, but somebody said somebody found a way how to do it, but I haven't actually tried it. Can I just point out, right, that pups and Knight are still playing Farm Sim. They're still hammering Farm Sim. Yeah, I'm not joking. I do have a problem with that, Pops. Oh yeah, well your farm sim's a massively multiplayer game, isn't it? One-to-one worldview. You used to say to Rome that he should enter the farming sim esports competition. Well now, Puppy, I'm saying to you, I am sure chat will back me up on this, you need to enter the farm sim esports competition. You think you're so good with a telehandler, you need to prove it. You need to get on there and stack bales of hay, esports style, and we want to see you do it, right? Yeah? We all want to see that. What do you mean sponsor you? What do you have to do? All you need is a copy of Farm Sim, mate. Moa, thank you for 88 months. We all love your content from the Moa family. Thank you very much. You need a joystick. Wait, are you basically saying you can't do it without the right equipment? Yeah, you say that, Rome, but you bottled it. You could have gone on there and you didn't. I'm going to request, once I get past these hills, I'm going to request a lower altitude to see what it gives me. Try and get out of these clouds. I want to see if it's going to give us something a little bit low, but not too low. Pops, I was going to say, use an Xbox controller, but then I remembered your hands can't fit on one of them. So use a PlayStation controller. I reckon you'll be fine.
Wings 2462 climb and maintain flight level 360.
No. No, I'm not doing that.
Climb and maintain flight level 360 Eurowings 2462.
Mm-mm.
Cessna Foxtrot Echo X-ray descend and maintain 5,400 feet, expect 4,000 feet. Ponzaline 1204 climb and maintain flight level 350.
What?
Dolomiti 8844 climb.
It's talking to everybody else, isn't it?
360.
Hang on a minute. What's he giving me?
Climb and maintain flight level 350. Ponzaline 1204.
Oh god, I'm getting all of the... I've requested 4,000 feet. Descend and maintain 5,400. Expect 4,000. I'm already at 5,000. What the heck?
Cessna Delta, Papa Foxtrot Echo X-ray, request denied. Cessna Delta, Papa Foxtrot Echo X-ray, request denied.
I don't need to climb. He told me to descend and maintain 5,400. Expect 4,000, he said. So, he can't give me 4,000 yet. But I need to expect 4,000. Yeah, I just did that, Vega Blue Sky. I just updated the baro pressure. It has actually dropped, though.
Beeline tree 202 climb and maintain flight level tree 60.
Surprised you can't hear the responding. Yes, Reed, we're doing giveaways. We're giving away free hugs. There you go.
Descend and maintain flight level tree 60. Descend and maintain flight level tree 60 Eurowings 2462.
Flipping out, what height's he at? Descend to flight level 360.
Climb and maintain flight level tree 60 beeline tree 202.
We'll be there in 21 minutes. Trouble is, it's getting very, very soupy now, and I'd really like to descend. Just 1,000 feet, probably do it. But ATC says no. I might try him again. I didn't, Larry, no. Doing career mode.
Ryanair 8527U are 1,600 feet above your assigned altitude. Descend and maintain flight level tree 60.
I can't even
Beeline tree 202, you are 2,000 feet
talk to
below
him.
your assigned altitude. Climb and maintain flight level tree 60.
Oh, here we go. Decrease by 1,000 feet.
Cessna Delta, Papa Foxtrot Echo X-ray, request denied.
He doesn't even say why. He just says like, no, no.
Descend and maintain flight level tree 60, Ryanair 8527. Climb and maintain flight level tree 60, beeline tree.
He's having problems with his own aircraft. Even the AI pilots are like winding him up. Is there a 5,000 feet transition level in Germany? I don't know. Don't know what it is.
Ryanair 8527, you are 900 feet below your assigned altitude. Climb and maintain flight level tree 60.
Oh my god. No, I'm not cancelling IFR. It said it was marginal VFR conditions going in, so.
Climb and maintain flight level tree 60. Ryanair.
I want to see if we can get all the way down there on a full IFR. We get paid more if we do that, hopefully.
Pontoline tree 28 descend and maintain 2,700 feet.
I have to say, the detail is just Absolutely phenomenal.
Descend and maintain 2,700 feet Hansa lead, tree 28.
So look at this, right? This is like the hilly terrain here and here. So this is like a valley with the river going through it, and then we're going to back into the hilly terrain. That may well be why he's refusing to descend us, because of the terrain that's coming up. We'll see. I don't know. It could well be the Rhine Valley, yeah. He's not talking to me, Sub-Commander, but yeah, he could be talking to us on standard, I'm not sure. And there's the hills. Yeah, I might be. Loaded Drew.
Cessna Foxtrot Echo X-ray descend and maintain 4,000 feet.
Going down. Hey, what can I? Well, we're just on the IFR license, whackaday. And now we're doing an IFR flight, hauling some cargo. This being Jensen, he's hauling some... Somebody stole the boxes. We did have some 5090s here, but they were fake ones. But it looks like somebody's nicked them anyway. So I'm not even sure what we're holding anymore. I think there's been a robbery. Yeah, I don't know what we're holding anymore. It did say our payload was 0, so who knows? At least we're out of the clouds now, mostly. I don't think I'd want to descend much anymore anyway. .27 nautical, 13 minutes away. See, I did say to you we had no payload. If we get there and I get paid nothing... This was a cargo mission, wasn't it? It wasn't a relocation mission. I thought it was a cargo mission.
Air France 1139er U are 2,000 feet.
There's nothing to
above your
load. You don't load anything manually. It just does it for you.
Flight level tree 60. Descend and maintain flight level tree 60 Air France 1139er.
I don't think so, Nerdy Drew. I don't think there's anything in the back.
Dolomiti 8062 climb and maintain flight level tree 60.
I've come to live vicariously through you as I can't get into the sim. Yeah, this is a good altitude. Any lower would have been a bit of a risk. I think if you skip stuff, cool guy, you lose quite a lot. The way to get money and XP is not to skip things. Because the bonuses are very big. Very, very big in terms of a percentage of what you get largely is about not skipping stuff. Do you know the EFB can be used on an iPad? I don't know if it can be used on an iPad. I do know that you can pop it out and put it on a second monitor.
Lufthansa 1114 climb and maintain flight level tree 60. Climb and maintain flight level tree 60 Lufthansa 1114.
No, 90% of your money is taken by Lydia. So you only get 10%, but you do get a big fat bonus if you don't skip things. To get your own company, I think you need an A-level rep. So you need to get reputation A. We think you need 25,000 credits. And we're not sure if there's a level cap. Probably at least 20, maybe more. It's not 100% clear yet. But some people got to level 32 and didn't get it because their rep wasn't level A. $20 nautical, 9 minutes. Should be there somewhere. No, I'm not 100%, but I think the windscreen here has got progressively more dirty as we've been flying. I'm not sure, but I kind of feel like it's been added to. You, it's Lydia. For me, it's Bjorn. What I am noticing, though, is that this has got a procedure loaded in. But this does not. We already sent it to the avionics, so I can't imagine what else we can do. Why direct auto? See? There's just nothing at all. Is it there but not visible? No, I don't think so. I don't think there's anything. It's just bang straight in, runway 24. So I don't know how this is going to go, because this is not going to guide me, and if I don't fly that, I don't think ATC is going to be happy. But true, on the stream it looks like you're right about the screen getting dirtier. Okay. Which is interesting, because I never knew it did that. Backfire, thank you for 15 months.
You are 3,000 feet above your assigned altitude. Descend and maintain flight level tree 6. Descend and maintain flight level tree 60, Scandinavian 842. Lufthansa 752 climb and maintain flight level tree 60.
I get the feeling the AI aircraft is not lining up exactly with its altitudes for some reason. I've just noticed it's -5.
Flight level tree 60, Lufthansa 752.
It's -5 outside, and I'm getting ice on the window. Can you see this? This plane is not certified for flying in icy conditions. That is going to be a problem. I don't know, I think it's fuel injected, there's no carb heat on this one. But I have put the pitot heat on. Presume it's a fuel injected. What the heck is this? What's this? That's just appeared? I think that's a frosted thing that's supposed to be on the window.
Foxtrot Echo X-ray, you can cancel IFR. Continue VFR to your destination.
Sounds good to me, pal.
Cessna Foxtrot Echo X-ray IFR flight plan is canceled. Radar service terminated. Squawk 7000. Maintain VFR. Frequency change approved. Good day.
Yeah, just some casual icing. Well, I don't need to ask for a lower altitude now. I can just do a lower altitude. Maybe if you descend, it'll warm up a little bit. That's hilarious. It's getting bumpy. It's weird how it did IFR all the way here and then made it VFR at the end. And on the plan it said that this was marginal VFR at this airfield. 10-year-old cousin says she loves all the Sims, so I bought her this one by Microsoft. Now she's crying. Buy a DCS, lol. She wanted farm sim, yeah. Right, let's try and do it this way because I'm still not visual on this thing. I don't know if that's it though. See, it's only -4 now, I'll be fine. Is that it? I think that might be it. I think it will, Ollie. It's getting late now. Yeah, that's it right there. F1 practice now. I don't need any practice. I'll just watch the practice highlights in the morning, it's fine. Got a lot of turbulence again. Man, I just blipped over for like one or two knots blipped over. That's annoying. Mr. Keiko, thank you for the raid, dude. Hope you had a good flight. Welcome, guys, welcome. You loving career mode? I just did my IFR license, and now I'm doing an IFR flight. But the ATC has cancelled my IFR, and told me to land visually, so yeah. That's kind of where I'm at. Also, I don't know if you've noticed, but the temperature went to -5 and I started to get icing on the windscreen. And we stopped. Can you see it here, this icing? That's supposed to be on that window. So we also found a bug. Yep, I have literal ice in the cockpit. I don't know what you're finding though, but in the small planes, the turbulence is insane. I've turned it onto low and it's still stupidly turbulent. Land on 06. What? I literally filed a flight plan to land on 24. Don't give me that. Look at the plan. That was filed with ATC. Look at the windsock. Absolute joke. I went 1 knot over flap speed and it was like, "Roar, aviator performance." Roar. Honestly. I'm going to lose so much XP and credits now. Absolute nonsense. Yeah. You didn't announce final. Who to? I was distracted by raiders, you know? Blame that one on Kenko, not me. It's your fault, mate. That's all on you, Kenko. I'd have remembered to press enter if it wasn't for you. I'm just glad we made it with all the ice. Hey Grizzle, how you doing? Okay. Caramba. I'm gonna get slaughtered now on XP. You watch this. That was quite a long flight, that one. Right, Jensen. What are we saying? Airline procedures, 75%. Wait, what? What airline procedure violations did I make? Flaps extended maximum speed by 1 knot. And it was gusting everywhere. Undesignated landing area, that's a lie. That's a lie. This I don't even know. I genuinely wish it would break this down for us. I would love an expansion box there that just goes, right, you didn't do this, you did this, whatever. It just feels like I get penalised and I can't learn from it. I don't know what I've done wrong. Note to self, when you start a company and buy your first aircraft, the first used price is an intro price. It'll let you sell for profit, but then you can't rebuy. What do you mean by that? It'll let you sell for profit, but then you can't... Oh, I see, right. So you get like an intro deduction. I see what you mean. So you've sold it, thought, oh, profit, and then you've gone to buy something, but they're all more expensive. Rip. No, this is rubbish. All this does is tell you the possible common mistakes. This doesn't tell you anything. Yeah? It just says, oh, you would lose points if you crashed. Oh, you would lose points if you did this. It's not, this is what I did. And I'd really like to know what I'm doing wrong. Yeah, I reckon if I could open that, I reckon Distracted by Raiders would be next to some of this stuff here. Both average. I have one for fly and one for streaming. So basically, we got 10%. Bad weather bonus. Where is my IFR rating bonus? Is that it? 500 credits for flying in IFR conditions? That is about half of what I paid for my instrument license. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. I should get a chunk of XP though. Level 20. So I think we're one flight away from this one. So if we do one more flight, we'll get that ticked, and that will unlock charter service, which I believe and I hope will actually let us do cool missions for money. It takes long to get new endorsements. Oh yeah. This one we're not going to get because I have to do skydive missions and I can't really do them on a 172. This one I could get, but I'd have to get a tail wheel endorsement, which is another 5k. And then all these kind of landings in the soft run, like I don't even know. When you're doing career mode, I don't even know how you're going to guarantee these. Just look for missions that land on grass strips, maybe? Just figured out special missions, the reputation bonuses, the higher the rep, that's when you get them. Right. And in cargo medium, we have to get to 25, then we have to take a turboprop rating, and the rest of it will come naturally. But to get a turboprop engine rating requires us to do this, and in order to do that, which costs 20k, we'd have to do that, which costs 5k. So, yeah. We're going to be here a bit of time before we get this. Medivac requires level 35. Jeez. That requires turbo. That's 10k plus a scoop. Ooh. You should get a high performance when you start doing private charters. Why? Okay, so that would let us do the G36, but somebody said the sound wasn't working on G36. Or it'll let us do the TBM 930. That could be cool. The TBM 930 private charter service might work quite well. G36 sound is bugged, okay. What are the requirements for flights in the A400 and Beluga? Yeah. Why can't you do skydiving missions? Because, hang on, let me just check what the turboprop was again. Yeah, you see, to get the TBM, I'd have to splash 25 grand just to get that. What was the question? Why can't you do skydiving? I can, but here's the thing. So I'm qualified to do skydiving, but there's only 2 planes you can do it in. And one of them's the 172, and the other one is a 208 Grand Caravan, which you need to spend 25 grand in ratings to get. So realistically, I can only do it in that, and that doesn't climb very well with a bunch of skydivers in the back, and it will ask you to climb to 10,000 feet, and it takes you so long that you then get penalised. So you can do skydiving aviations in the 172, but you get penalised because you can't climb very well. It takes so long to get to 10,000 feet. that everybody gets bored and jumps out the plane anyway. When's the battle pass? You're not joking. You are not joking. Not far off level A. I think we need A to get a company. Plus a chunk of change. But yeah, you know, it's fun. It's a lot of fun. Anyway, I am actually going to call it that. I know Kenko just raided me, but it's 10 o'clock. Well, 20 past 10, and I'm tired. And my feet are like blocks of ice. It's freezing in here. Dude, I've been doing cargo missions. I just ran a load of 5090s with Jensen. Made 5 grand. Jensen's writing emails right now, look at him. Guys, can we get some love in chat, please, for the mods? They have been modding overtime, apart from Pups, who's been playing Farmston. Right, listen here, you. Right, guys, I might stream tomorrow, I'm not sure. I'll definitely be streaming at the weekend. Pups! Thanks for the raid, Kenko. Yeah. We'll carry on with the career mode. It's a lot of fun. I need to get to this stuff. Do you know what as well? Do you know what's bugging me? I really want to get this license, and that's a 3.5 grand license. Just so we can do some helicopter missions. That unlocks the Cadbury G2. Powered lift rating, 5 grand. Oh, we have to get commercial pilot license on the rotorcraft. Oh yeah, we've got that. You can get that. This certification will be available in a future update. Wait, what now? You can't even do this. Commercial turbo engine rating 7.5 grand. Hoist endorsement. Huck endorsement. 75,000 to get the sky crane. What? Can't do the big airlines either. Yeah, another heli super fun. It's 3.5k, isn't it? Yeah, so you can't get the Beluga rating yet. It's not there at all. Okay. $250 million. That is a hot bit of cash. Right, guys. Have a lovely evening. I shall catch you hopefully tomorrow. If not, I will definitely catch you on Saturday. I'll see how I feel in the morning. You can't get past dual engine. It's bugged. Oh, man. They're going to have to patch, aren't they? Fix the stuff. Thanks for watching, guys. Hope you had fun. Thanks for your support, as ever. Thanks for 102 months. Don't bill me, by the way. Thanks for all your subs and resubs and support. Appreciate it. And I shall see you tomorrow, hopefully. Take it easy, guys. Love you all. Good night.